Good morning, everyone. It's a big pleasure to be here. This is Intercultural Dialogue Center in the library, and I think the library in Bielsko-Biała is the best place to hold the symposium about future of the ECoC brand. I'm very honored that everyone came here from the different corners of the Europe. We are really want to find the answer, what is the ECoC brand? Because during the bidding, we try to establish this. We spoke to the other candidating city that holded the title, and we think that it's a good topic to speak because we are in Bielsko-Biała and the vice mayor, deputy mayor of culture is here. I would like to invite him and give him a floor.
Good morning. Nie trzeba. Thank you. Powiem kilka słów po polsku, co czuję, a Rafał mnie przetłumaczy, bo uczucia lepiej składam po polsku niż po angielsku.
Because this is very emotional moment and Vice Mayor want to speak from the heart and it would be easier for him to speak in Polish, I will try to translate his thoughts and feelings.
Gorąco oczywiście pozdrawiam Was w imieniu prezydenta miasta, pana Jarosława Klimaszewskiego, z którymi część z Was już miała okazję spotkać się wczoraj podczas kolacji.
A very warm welcomes from the mayor of the city, Jarosław Klimaszewski. Some of you he met yesterday evening and unfortunately other obligation make it very difficult to be with us in the morning.
A ja bardzo się cieszę, że mogliśmy się w tak różnorodnym gronie spotkać, z tak najodleglejszych zakątków Europy, aby akurat w tym mieście, w Bielsku-Białej, które nazwaliśmy miastem splotów, rozmawiać o rzeczach ważnych dla tematu Europejskiej Stolicy Kultury, jako takiego pewnego zjawiska, które ma mówić o przyszłości Europy.
I'm very happy that I can see people coming from across the Europe to Bielsko-Biała, as we call it, City of Weaves, to discuss for this very important topic for the Europe and European Capital of Culture.
I powiem wam, że z jednej strony mamy tu panią profesor Chojecką, która jest uznanym autorytetem w dziedzinie historii sztuki i mimo, tak, wielkie brawa dla niej.
On one hand, we have the professor Ewa Chojecka, which is a great authority, and we couldn't live and beat without her.
I chociaż dobre wychowanie nakazuje, aby nie mówić o wieku kobiety, jednak pani profesor skończyła 90 wiosen i jest w genialnej dyspozycji naukowej, umysłowej i jeszcze cały czas jest przepiękną kobietą, prawdziwą lady naszej historii lokalnej.
She's a lady of our city and our history, and she's a living proof that if you have well-being, you can be perfect with having 90 years old, be a vital and necessary part of the community and the development of the city.
A z drugiej strony od takiego prawdziwego początku, czyli od tego prenatalnego momentu jest z nami Wandzia, która nawet jeszcze nie ma roku, prawda? Machamy Wandzi.
On the other hand, we have a Wanda, which was with us even during the presentation. She's less than a year and she's sitting on most of our meetings.
I Wandzia była w brzuchu swojej mamy, kiedy ta broniła nas przed panelem we wrześniu ubiegłego roku i Wandzia towarzyszy nam przy wielu, wielu spotkaniach. Jest takim dobrym znakiem, dobrym darem naszej kandydatury.
So Wanda is a good spirit that is always with us and hopefully she will grow up in the European spirit, soaked with all our thoughts about the development and the necessity to be in the Union and what the Union give us.
Oczywiście, żeby historii oddać to, co historyczne, to powiem, że nie jesteśmy pierwsi, bo obecny tam Krzysiu Maj ze swą małżonką byli tymi pierwszymi, dla których Europejska Stolica Kultury spowodowała, że te owoce w takiej bardzo materialnej i pięknej formie możemy tam też z tyłu oglądać.
So we are happy that together with us there is Krzysztof Maj from Wrocław 2016 together with his wife and their beautiful kids that are also a bit of legacy of European Capital of Culture.
Tak, wielkie brawa dla nich. Ale mówię o tym po to, żeby pokazać, że w tych wszystkich naszych rozmowach, w tym wszystkim, co robimy, tak naprawdę najważniejszy jest człowiek.
I'm telling all of this because the one thing is in the center and it's the necessary part, the human being.
I myślę, że ta nasza kandydatura, to startowanie i Bielska-Białej, ale też innych miast, które były europejskimi stolicami kultury, które chciały być, a nie zostały, to jest zawsze wielki dar.
So the process of candidating itself, regardless the results, is a gift. The gift that we are creating with the community.
Możemy poznać siebie wewnętrznie jako ludzie, każdy z nas. Możemy poznać się w tym otoczeniu najbliższym, naszych rodzin, naszych bliskich. Możemy też poznać siebie nawzajem jako społeczeństwo danego miasta. No i nade wszystko możemy też tworzyć te piękne sieci międzynarodowe.
So it's about discovering ourselves, our society in the city, in the country, but the most important, the community for Europe, to discover each other.
No i dzisiaj tworzeniem takich pięknych sieci międzynarodowych jest to spotkanie. Życzę wszystkim wspaniałego czasu, abyście się mieli dobrze i tutaj w Bielsku-Białej, i tam wszędzie, gdzie nas oglądacie, w każdym zakątku Europy, żeby to był taki twórczy czas i żebyśmy z takim poczuciem spokoju mogli mówić, że europejskie stolice kultury są potrzebne po to właśnie, żeby mówić o człowieku i żeby mówić o pewnych wyzwaniach, które czekają na nas w Europie.
So I hope that you will enjoy the symposium. You will find loads of interesting facts, and remember that Europe is about learning from each other, and keep this in mind and enjoy your stay in our city.
Thank you very much.
I would like to say thank you also to the Culture Next, because this is the first Culture Next mission. Thank you for the trust for the candidating city. We'll try to not fail, as this is the network of failures, to have a biggest win ever. And I don't want to take the floor any longer. It's not about us. It's about the ECoC brand and people who dedicated their life, the years of the creativity, the heart, the brain, everything to it, should speak about it. So I would like to invite to the floor Dr. Beatriz Garcia. She's official researcher for the ECoC brand. I know that she brought loads of tears of happiness and for some cities also sadness with sharing the results of winners and losers. But I don't know the other person who cares about this brand and this idea and how it can change the city more than she does. Beatriz?
Thank you very much, Rafael. It's really a great pleasure to be here today and for such a fantastic topic to be brought to the fore. And thank you to the Bielsko-Biała 2029 candidature team for trusting me to actually give a bit of some insights into what this discussion could be about. And I have some slides, which I don't know if I can click in. So is here? That's brilliant. Okay, so I think the idea, and should I be here or should I? Yeah, I think it's better if I am down so that you can see better the screen. Let's see if I move it in this way. Yep. With this image that is not, the contrast levels and so on might not be the brightest or the most shiny or iconic. It's a photo I took standing there in a street of Liverpool, where I have been based for many years. I thought it would be 2 or 3 years, but actually it has been since 2005. And it was the moment, one of the moments, that made people in that city just get a sense of, what might it feel like to be a European capital of culture? This was the famous spider that appeared as a surprise, wandering around the city for 3 days. And no one knew that it would be happening, and it just was quite well-managed event. But the question of what this initiative is, and whether it actually is a strong brand or not, I think deserves a bit of interrogation. So that has been really the point of just gathering people today. It's an initiative that is going to be 40 years old in 2025. So it's probably about time to actually see what do we think, and actually what are our associations when we think of the initiative. I have worn many hats, and it's true. For 6 years, I had 2 mandates as a member of the European Capital of Culture Selection and Monitoring Panel. I was appointed by the European Commission. But before then, and since 1998, I had been a researcher and director of work and research centers within universities. Right now, I'm associate director at a UK-wide initiative that is called the Centre for Cultural Value. I had played many roles within the University of Liverpool. I created the Institute of Cultural Capital. Before then, I was in charge of the Impacts 08 research program, which probably has been one of the most ambitious programs of work to assess the impact and legacy of hosting a European Capital of Culture program. And it evolved over 10, 15 years. It still is going on somehow, because the data never stops popping up. But I also have hats with other major events. So I am a member of the Culture and Olympic Heritage Commission within the International Olympic Committee. And right now I'm in charge of evaluating the Cultural Olympiad for Paris 2024. I did the same for London back in 2012. So I have seen many brands, and I would like that to be also part of our context today. Both on the Olympic stage, which was my point of departure. I'm from Barcelona originally, and Barcelona was changed by the Olympics in 1992. Research centers were created and so on. And then the European Capital of Culture program that I started interrogating in Glasgow. So I was appointed for a research center there to look into the 10-year legacy of hosting that initiative. Glasgow hosted it in 1990, and we were doing work back in 2000, 2001. So obviously that started it, works on Glasgow, on Liverpool. 10 years ago, the European Parliament tried to revisit all of this and say, okay, what has happened with this initiative in its first 30 years? A lot has been published. All of it is available for you to see. Many other cities that have hosted it, European capitals of culture and cultural Olympiads are there. The data keeps growing, mountains and mountains of data, lots of publications, lots of media attention, other events, like for instance, the Manchester Commonwealth Games, which, certainly within Commonwealth countries has quite a relevance and also a cultural program attached. National initiatives like the UK City of Culture that has an icon associated with it. And then things like Eurovision. I will be putting and popping some questions for you on that front in a moment. Or major art festivals like the Edinburgh Festival or the Fringe. So I have been involved with many of those. And that brings a really interesting perspective for me that I would like to share with the rest of you and with also the rest of the panelists. That is, how does the European Capital of Culture sit alongside all of these other names? So let's start with the Olympics. This, I think, is a reasonably strong brand. If you hear the term Olympics, Olympic Games, or if you just see the rings, immediately certain notions come to your mind, and they're quite clear and strong. And if we had some interactive tools, I'm sure if I ask you to put 2 or 3 words, most of you would use the same ones. There can always be differences, but yes, you think medals, elite competition, sport, the world, flame, torch relay, 100 years. So it's a very interesting notion, something that people really immediately can think of, and across the planet might associate with similar things. The Oscars, the Academy Awards, another interesting type of event. If you just mention it, something will come to mind. If you see it, you also think red carpet, film, Hollywood, stars, glitz. It's very clear. It's well known, well established. On a more niche field, the cultural environments, the Biennale di Venezia. Maybe not everyone might think, but I don't think people will think, maybe pavilions, art, the art world, some time in existence. Other examples, yes, the fringe festivals, you might think others more top of mind, whether it's the Avignon Festival or opera festivals you are involved in. Interesting as well. What comes to your head? I don't know how many here in the room would also have strong associations with this, no? The fringe, the idea of a very large event, comedy, using the street, etc., etc. Music festivals like Glastonbury. Eurovision as the European initiative, no, fun, just a bit bonkers, a bit crazy, but yes, compete, glitz, irreverent, but a whole conversation. What happens when we have this? And this is the only thing we have to link to the European capital of culture. So obviously this is the European Union, and we will all have notions when we see this visual. When we have European capital of culture in our heads, what does come to mind? What is the visual, or what is the thought, what is the word? It's quite different from the other types of events. What does that mean? Is it an opportunity? Is it a challenge? So how can we make sense of it all? I think some of the questions we have to raise today, we will have the day, I think we have until 4 o'clock, 4:30, with 3 fantastic panels, is what makes a European capital of culture a European capital of culture? An ECoC. What is an ECoC? What is the distinction that is not what an arts festival would do, or a year-long event, or a biennale, or many of these other initiatives, no? Other competitions. What is the common thread? We might all know what you're trying to achieve as an individual city. So every city tries to negotiate and present their motto and their proposals. But what is the common thread? What is it that all the hosts of this initiative have in common? And do people get it? Is that something that is easy to explain? That is one question. What do we have as material to understand what the European capital of culture is? Well, what we have is lots of guidelines and descriptions that come from the European Commission and the European bodies. This is the blurb, the text. Right now there is a debate around the future of this as a legal action. But well, from the last version, these are the descriptions. So this is always a cultural action that tries to celebrate the richness in diversity and the common cultural aspects of Europe. It's about mutual understanding. Fine. These are all very nice words. I don't know if that's the one that came to mind when you saw European Capital of Culture. Were any of these words in your heads? These are the objectives. It's about also the long-term development of cities. So I think, yeah, maybe European Capital of Culture is about Europe, it's about culture, it's about cities. Maybe that's some basic associations. And this is about cooperation, participation, capacity building. These are all words that make sense within policy-making arenas. And from a technical point of view, of course, that's key. But is this a brand? Is this something that helps you with the storytelling? These are the things we want to debate. These are the cities that have hosted it. So we have quite an amazing repository of editions since 1985. It's not as the Olympics, obviously the Olympics only happens every 4 years, but actually we compare, in terms of the gravitas, it's comparable to an Olympics. You know, the Olympics has been over 120 years. Here in over 40, you have these 80 cities so far that have secured the award. There are going to be 2 more announced this year. And also, so it's an incredible, incredible repository of fantastic cities all across Europe. What are they telling us? What is the commonality? What has happened to them because of being part of the club, no, of the ECoC club? There is an Olympic Cities Club. The Olympic cities, they do have gatherings because they get transformed in ways that doesn't compare to anything else. And they share conversations because they go through things that non-Olympic cities cannot imagine, you know, some of the challenges they go through. But the same happened to all of the cities that have hosted or tried to host also a European Capital of Culture. And obviously we have this award criteria. But is this a brand? You know, this is obviously what you have to, you know, grill into your brain when you make a proposal to get the panel, the selection panel, to trust that you can deliver. And these are the words. It's about strategy for the city. It's about this European dimension that we have to keep defining and debating, the quality of the artistic content, your capacity to do it, no, the outreach, the management. But again, how does this translate when we think about that more strong reaction that you have that really makes you get it without having to explain from zero, why is it? What is it? Why do we want it? Why after almost 40 years you have to start almost from scratch every time that you justify the need or not to bid for it? So these are some questions. Maybe and if you have any paper, you might want to write down something in terms of what comes to mind. We see whether we want to share or debate about that later. But first, what are your top of mind associations when you think of the term European capital of culture? What words come to mind first? It would be interesting if some of you try to hold that thought. What images come to mind? What is it? Obviously, it will be different if you represent a city that has hosted one. Have you attended any? Have you seen it on the media? Are you advising anyone on that? You know, depending on your roles, these images and associations might vary. What memories come to mind? Have you experienced, what experiences? What is it that comes to mind quickly? And this will change depending on who you talk to or what hat you're wearing, but what is it? What is the memory? And interesting also in this case, because the difference between the European Capital of Culture program and an Olympics or Eurovision, for instance, is that it's not a media event. I mean, so with Eurovision or the Olympics, most people experience it on TV or through the screen. It's really it's a broadcast event. So you don't need to have been there live to have an experience of being a kid and seeing it with your family on the television. Other events, you experience them firsthand, like going to Glastonbury. Well, Glastonbury is becoming a media event as well. But the Edinburgh Festival, the Biennale of Venice, normally you are there in person. So European capitals of culture, there is not much media impact. It's not something that you sit down to watch with your family every year. Where is the opening ceremony of this year European Capital of Culture? So yes, the memories, what does come to mind? Maybe the first time you tried to apply to be one, and what editions can you think of? These 80 examples, and the ones, do you know any of them? Do any of these cities trigger something in you? Or how much there is a bit of a void, when we think about that. I feel these are the questions and the issues that we want to be discussing with each other. It's a very open program, so the request has been not to present PowerPoints. What we want is just to have a conversation between ourselves. We have a fantastic lineup of panelists, some fantastic moderators that are going to just get out something that we all care about, and also hopefully with the rest of you in terms of questions, or also those that are online. I'm not sure whether we will be able to get any questions or reactions from those of you watching, but that's the idea. The idea is to have 3 sessions. So immediately now, after me, we will have the very first opening up that is just wondering, what is a European capital of culture? How is it perceived? I mean, our moderator, Pierre Sauvageau, he will decide and he might apply or vary on those questions, and see also the reactions of the panelists to just set the scene. Also the notion of the EU or non-EU perspectives are also really interesting on that front. The second session, after a small coffee break, will be to talk about the specific editions, so specific stories of successes or failures, so with people that will represent a variety of examples, both those that have secured the title, those that have put a bid on but then didn't secure the title, and what happens next. How do you create the brand when you are making a proposal? And again, if the brand is just specific to you, or whether there are aspects that could be a continuum with the whole program. I mean, that's always that dynamic. And finally, the future of the ECoC brand. So after lunch, around 2 o'clock, we will have this closing panel, thinking also about where are we going next, and how much material do we have to work with, whether it's there, it's just that it needs to be formalized, or whether actually it's not there at all. And there is a need to just get our brains and our minds together, because certainly there is so much that could be said. Those 80 awarded cities, those bids have incredibly powerful stories to tell, not just the bids only, the realization. So the material is there. is just, has this been crafted in a way that can lead to this top-of-mind association, image, memory, that hopefully, progressively could become more of a shared experience. So I leave it here. And I think, yes, I can welcome to the floor to our first moderator, Pierre Sauvegeau, to introduce our first panel session. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. It's very difficult to continue after Beatriz because she's great. She asks all the questions and she has all the answers. So it's a pity. Just I ask Sarah Vuletic and Chris Baldwin to join me because I am not supposed to have a speech like the Beatriz one. Please. You stay with us. Great. No, with pleasure. You're welcome, you're welcome. And just some words to introduce me, because I don't like to introduce, but I crossed the story of ECoC for a long time. I am, for the beginning, I'm an artist, and the first time I was, it was in Weimar in 1999, because I was performing there at the opening ceremony of Weimar. It was great, incredible moment. I was director of an institution in Marseille, so of course I was very involved on all the very long and complex story of Marseille Provence 2013, from the bidding situation, the preparation, the year, and the legacy. So I really follow the whole story for maybe 15 years. And after I joined Beatriz and part of the panel also, so during 3 years I had the incredible advantage to read 150 bit books, and it was great, really great. And I was supporting Rouen candidacy, so that's it, and I've given some advice to Bielsko-Biała and to Namur. So I have some view of what an ECoC is. And before I give the floor to my colleagues, I was thinking when Beatriz was presenting, I think it's strange, because ECoC exists for 40 years, and she makes a comparison with the Olympic and so on, but it would be impossible to have a meeting with a lot of specialists, because we know we have in this room a lot of people know very well what's it one ECoC. Maybe they don't know what ECoC is, but they know what their ECoC was. And it's incredible because we are still asking the question, what's an ECoC? Because it would be impossible to have a panel, what's Olympic? No, it's quite clear. You have a lot of rules and you have to deliver. Of course, not the same in any countries, but it's the same. And I was thinking, it's maybe a chance, incredible quality of an ECoC we have to reinvent each time. You have read the just some words of European Commission. They are very shy. And in fact, when you work in the field of European Capital of Culture, when you work with European Commission, they are very shy. They say, oh, no, yeah, okay, we have the rules, you have to read the guidelines, and we have no advice. And it's strange. But also, it's an incredible opportunity. I arrived to one word. It was playground. For me, ECoC, it's a playground. It's a cultural playground, because they can invent a lot of kind of events, a kind of speak with the audience, a kind of a lot of possibilities to involve people on art. And it's also maybe an artistic playground, because we will speak after, but I would like, as an artist, to open also what's it's an ECoC creation. It's just a normal one. So I come directly. Now, also, a very interesting of ECoC, it's a good way to improve your English. Yes. So, and I need it. So, Sarah Vuletic, she is on my left. She is coming from the art contemporary field, if I understand well. She worked a lot with the private sector. And she was in charge of Novi Sad artistic direction in 22. So she has a very close experience what was an ECoC. So have you find the incredible, the Graal? And have you discovered what an ECoC is?
Wow, that's a nice question. It's $1 million question, I think, or euro. I think it's actually really a combination of things, you know. And obviously, as European Commission, none of it is wrong. Obviously, it's very true that all these things are important, and maybe each country, each city, each part of Europe has a little bit of a different perception on it. Now, delivering European Capital of Culture and being involved with other networks and other European capitals of culture, I would still think that the major strength of European Capital of Culture brand is this interconnectivity between the cities and sharing the common knowledges and doing things together so that we can actually create this indestructible web of connections that go even beyond European Capital of Culture, as here there are cities which are not even awarded European Capital of Culture, but they are having that kind of spirit. So it is I think the mission and the brand of European Capital of Culture is to preserve all the values that are established during the years, during these past 40 years, and all the guidelines that European Commission gives us, but to extend it even more than the fact that you need to be awarded European Capital of Culture in order to be that. Now, maybe this is a little bit of a maybe brave thinking or not realistic one, because obviously you need a lot of funding, but the idea is to create these strong partnerships together. Because, for example, for Novi Sad, now finishing the title year, so being in this process of whether we are gonna have a legacy or not, and we're not the only ones. There are a lot of cities which are also in this same position. I think our greatest strength is what we kind of learn from this process is to learn from each other, from all the cities that we collaborated with, and to continue in that angle, and that can really not shake us up, you know. So it's kind of my first answer. It might change, not change, or extend. So yeah, thank you, Pierre.
So we continue on the left, the extreme left. It's Chris. It's Chris Baldwin. Chris is a theater maker, a dramaturg, and he worked with a lot of capital of culture, and also he left Britain for that. He became a real European, and he's also an advisor for Bielsko-Biała bid. And have you find a solution? Do you can define what it's an ECoC?
Dzień dobry. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for that very beautiful question, and thank you for the contributions so far. And I think we've already heard, just from the three contributions of our colleagues here, that this is not a simple question. This is not a simple question. So that's the first thing. The problem, if it's a problem, I think it's a strength. The problem with an ECoC is that it's not defined like the Olympics. The brand is there to discover on every occasion. So let's try and get down to some of the core elements. And I have to say that I'm going to speak as an artist and a storyteller, not as a policy maker or a politician. So let me very quickly tell you two very short stories. 40 years ago was the first European Capital of Culture. It also coincides with when I was 20, and I was a young theatre director. I directed a play for children. It was my first professional job, and it was about four hedgehogs played by four actors. And there was a tragedy inside this story. One of the hedgehogs is badly hurt by a car, and the others have to look after them. And at the end of the story, it was for an audience of 40 children. And one of the children, a girl, came up to me afterwards. She was 5 years old. And she said, I loved that play. And I said, oh, thank you very much. I'm very delighted. She said, I have a question for you. Can I take Oggy, the main hedgehog, home? And I said, I don't think you can, but you can talk to her. And she said, okay, I want to talk to her. She went over and she said, Oggy, would you come home, please? Because I think you would make my mum happier. My mum's been through a terrible time, and I think if you share what happened to you, she will understand that there is some hope. 5 years old. And I realized at that moment that I was dealing with one of the most powerful processes that we as human beings could ever imagine. The ability to allow two sets of empathies to touch. 35 years later in Wrocław with Krzysztof, I was working in the opening ceremony. There ended up 2,500 people involved and tens and tens of thousands. I'm not ever quite sure of the number, but tens of thousands involved on the streets in the events. And a few days before the show, there were a group of prisoners involved in the show, and one prisoner said, when interviewed on television, what was the process like for him, and he said something similar to this 5-year-old girl. So the scale was utterly different. And we were talking about a project of millions of euros, but this man who had been in prison for more than a decade said, participating, getting out of prison on a day-to-day basis to come and be part of this process with all of these strange people and all of these artists was like a phoenix rising in my life. I was reborn. I had a chance to connect as an ordinary human being with other people. And I realized at that moment that actually the scale had changed, but the job was the same, to allow people to connect. Finally, very, very finally, in 2018, my mother died at a good old age, but she lived long enough to see Brexit. And I was utterly heartbroken, devastated at Brexit. I hadn't lived in the UK for 20 years at that point, but my family are British. We're all a mixed-up family. And I went to see her and I said, what do you think? And I must give you a little bit more information. My children are English and Spanish. We speak Spanish and Basque and English at home and blah, blah, blah. And she said, you have to start again. She said in 1945, Europe was broken. Your father was part of the breaking. He was in the RAF. She said, there is so much work to do. Start today with your tools. And that's my definition of an ECoC, that we use our tools to build the basis on which we can use empathy to stop these horrific tragedies continuing to mark our families and our lives. And this is why it's difficult to brand. How do you brand democracy? What was the percentage of people turning up to the Bulgarian voting in national elections last week? There's a tragedy going on in our countries. We're giving it away. Europe and European capital of culture isn't the solution, but it can be part of the conversation.
So, Beatriz, you want to add something about it?
Yes, I think it's very powerful what you're saying, but I will also say, yes, you can brand it.
Yes, I do too.
Eurovision, for the first time, and also on the back of the whole situation with Russia and Ukraine, I mean, last year, Liverpool hosted it on behalf of the Ukraine, and it was an incredibly powerful edition. This year, how different it has been in Malmö with the complexities. Last year, it was a moment of thinking. And then, for the first time, they decided to have a motto, united by music. It worked then. Eurovision before had not had a line. It's simple, it worked. With the Olympics, they had the whole campaign of Celebrate Humanity. Of course, this is all packaging, but it's true. It's just getting to the essence of what actually these events tried to do, because obviously with the Olympic Games, although what you see is the sport competitions, actually the point of it is intercultural understanding. I mean, the reason why the Olympic Games were founded and so on in 1896 was also about avoiding war, and it's about bringing everyone together. The European Capital of Culture program needs that kind of a statement to be clearer too. And I agree with you. I mean, it happens every time. It happens with other types of events. I mean, I do a lot of work on the notion of collective euphoria. You don't need a European Capital of Culture to generate that. But what the European Capital of Culture has the mission to do is that euphoria to be around that European project. That is the angle. So it's true. You can have the World Cup. You can have many other events that is about be together, intergenerational, surprising, and cry. Sport can do it. Nature can do it. In this case, it's about the European conversation. So that has to be the brand, is how you get into that moment that is almost like transcendent. No? That image of the spider was transcendent for the city of Liverpool. And there are other things that I cannot explain to you, like the super lamb banana is a very specific Liverpool thing, but that has also been transcendent for the city. And it happened thanks to that year-long event where of a sudden people suspend disbelief and start trusting that there is also something positive. But if you don't have the shortcut and the soundbite and the images, it's very easy to question this all the time. Why are you spending this money on this? So that has to be figured out. So it's true, people that have experienced these moments will remember them forever, the once in a lifetime. But you cannot always have to be from scratch or have had to be the direct witness. No? So this initiative needs some help with the storytelling. So yeah, that would be my...
It would be interesting to see how it's viewed from different parts of the world. Because I think ECoC is not the same. It's a rich country and a poor country, in a small city, a big city, the city was at the beginning of the European Union and country just arriving, which kind of relation people have to... it was very strange for me because I was in Marseille when we decided to compete. And Marseille is a very poor city and a very rich country. And most of the population of Marseille is against the idea of Europe. They vote against a lot of times. I don't want to go longer on it. But it was incredible because everybody wants to be European Catholic culture. And they don't know why. It was kind of a football game, because we don't like Europe, but we love the European competition. On football in Marseille, everybody take time for that. And it was really interesting. It's a few, because we have few indicators to understand our relationship with Europe. And this European capital of culture was not clear at all. It's a way to say our desire or not of Europe. I think it's why it's working a lot, because it's a very small amount of money. The European Commission, as you know, all of us give a very few part of the budget. That means the cultural sector, the city, the region, the country have to involve a lot of money for the European project, not supported by European money. And it's an interesting way of how we like to be European or we don't like to be European. I was very surprised how this, in Marseille, it's a city which not like Europe, where politicians try to don't put European on top because it's not good for their own election. It was an incredible tool to make things incredible because it's opened a lot of doors. As a director of a center working in public space, I asked to do something on this place, or to go on this Bâtiment, or to go on the harbor, and always they said me, no, 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 no. Yes, I come back to say, we are European capital. Oh yes, of course, you're welcome. It was strange, why not? A kind of magic tool. I was thinking a Swiss Army knife. It was my definition of today. I propose you the Swiss Army knife. Because you can do a lot of things, not really to structure, not really to build really a strategy, but very useful for make a lot of things. So when you are in Serbia, I think the Serbia, it's not the same relationship with Europe, I think so. I don't know well Serbia, but I read the papers. And what's the view of Serbian people to have an European capital of culture?
Yeah, we are still not in the European Union, of course. Yeah, one of the few countries and cities which are European capital of culture and are not part of EU. And then, obviously, it's different for Novi Sad to be European capital of culture and Buda from Norway, even though they're also not. So yeah, well, the thing is. The perception of the people was generally good because it's all about how you communicate a project. And I think in the beginning it was very difficult for people in our country to understand the value and the benefit and why we are doing this at the first place. But then I think what was good is that you integrate and you involve the scene as much as possible in the whole process, and you give them the reasons why it's good for them. And again, I'm coming back to what I started talking in the beginning. For us being outside EU, the possibility for the artists and for cultural workers to travel and experience collaborations with other European countries through different projects was very important. And during the title year itself, you could really see, and in the beginning, because we had programs in preparation for the European Capital of Culture as well, which was good because for us not really knowing what the brand, if the brand exists, is really just to wait for this one big year and to expect people to be flabbergasted and enjoying the whole big year would be unrealistic. So we did preparations, we did kind of teaser programs from 2017 it started, even though we were Capital Culture in 22. So I think that was good, and in that period we also not only did big programs, but we did international projects that we were writing for Creative Europe and cross-border collaborations, so that people slowly start to understand what it is about. Obviously it was not on a large scale that I understood a big concept about European Capital of Culture, but they did enjoy the fact that we are kind of being integrated, because, you know, Serbia was in the 90s under sanctions, and it was like a little bit kind of a country in Europe, but not really in Europe. So people were really excited to be a part of it. And I think that general feeling is still there, that people like to, artists and like normal people, common people, like to feel integrated. And this platform, European Capital of Culture, really gave us strong reasons to feel like that. What I've also experienced is that we had so many international projects during the title year that a lot of young people were even approaching me and saying, well, now when this is over, is it still gonna be like this? Are we still gonna experience this? Because they were really having this great wing of joy that we're actually having this intercultural collaboration. So I would say that it is very positively received, but we still had to bridge certain differences. There were still, obviously, what I also think was important in the process is that we strengthened also this kind of regional collaboration between the countries, because we also had programs that were really connected with peace and reconciliation in the region and different things that were kind of reminiscing towards what was going on in the past. And it was, I think, really good, really important to be kind of open towards the realities that we were facing. And I think that it is, for us, it's really beneficial and a very important project. Obviously, because of our specific situation, we were in a little different position than, for example, like Western European country or Central European country in that sense, because you have to make sure that you're also kind of diplomatic in a lot of different ways. So, and I think we kind of played in the playground we were good. I don't know what you think, but yeah, I think it was good. And now, again, this was another project which was initiated by, obviously, the government of Serbia, which was also going towards integrating us towards European Union. Now, whether that's going to go or not, it's not really my place to say, but I hope it will. So, yeah. Thank you.
And Chris, yourself, you are British. You are in kind of cultural refugee because you lived in Spain and now you are in Bulgaria. You work with several cities all around Europe, in the East, Center, in Ireland and so on. How you can feel the differences between the approach of this label?
I can answer you by referring back to Beatriz's point. I utterly agree with you that we need to strengthen the brand. And it's in this, but it is in this concept around stories. I haven't got the language correct even after all this time, but if there was a tagline, it needs to be somewhere around, we tell our stories to Europe, or we tell our stories of Europe, or whatever it's around there. But it's a chance to tell Europe without giving up the fact that we are Europe, whichever city, that we have a story that contributes to the European story. So it's around there. I haven't come to this meeting with a tagline in my head, but I do agree with you. There needs to be a clear message about the invite. And it's interesting that I can see many, many friends and colleagues in the audience that will come and talk to us about how city branding has only been helped by the presence of European Capital of Culture. But that's not to say it's exactly the same thing, but I'll let my colleagues talk to that. So for me, what has been the privilege of my life to work with Kaunas, Elefsina, Galway, Wrocław, and Plovdiv, is to be a participant in the way they tell their story to themselves and to Europe, and to allow those other stories of others into that process as well. So it's around story. But each of these cities, each of these capitals of culture, whether they're cities or not cities, whether they're regions and cities, are part of a jigsaw. And we can't understand who we are or the right way of going about the future decisions that we're going to all face, whether it's the global crisis that we're facing in the climate, or whether it's to do with the way we manage our borders, or all the values that I think we probably share as Europeans, or hopefully. We won't have a chance to come to sensible, intelligent, considered decisions unless we are willing to hear and tell our own stories. And for me, actually, there are very few vehicles at a European level or even a national level which allow us to do that. But now I'm already complicating, and taglines and branding is to do with, as you said, finding the essence, not simplifying, but finding the essence. So I'll stop there for a moment.
So maybe it would be interesting to know how to measure the success or the unsuccess. Because just tell you a little story. It was the opening ceremony in Marseille, and they prepare a big event with the main idea. It was a blackout on the city, everything black, and a big exclamation. Everybody, it was a lot of musicians. They were supposed to make a lot of noise all together. So I was not really involved in this project, but I was part a little bit. So it happens what it happens always in Marseille. The blackout did not happen. And artistically, it was a mess. Nothing happened. It was nothing. Seriously, artistically, the content was nothing. I hope nobody of the team was here. And the story started. But it was pleasant. It was quite warm. People was on the street, no cars. Everybody was happy to be there, and so on. But artistically, nothing. But the day after, it was article on the papers. And the national papers say it was nothing. It's normal, because it was cultural journalists. They arrive and they say, oh, it was very disappointing, and so on and so on. And the local papers, it's an amazing moment, huge, the best moment from the end of the World War II. Really, so. And after they injure each themselves, they say, oh, you are Parisian, you don't like us, and so on. It was a mess. So it's strange how you can measure. And both was on the truth, because really artistically it was not interesting at all, but it was incredible share moment for the people of Marseille. It was in difficult situation. Everybody was afraid about violence, about break the shops and so on. So it's very difficult to measure. And sometimes it's better, so you can cheat. I was it was always this economic thing we say, if we put €1, we have €6 in return. I never believe in its story. I think it's really a fake expression. I think all of you use it, and I did it, of course, because it's interesting on local to explain, no, it's not only spending public money, but it's invest public money to have returns and so on. But Beatriz knows that really better than me, but I never seen any clear study who explain exactly that. And no, one thing we can measure, but sometimes it's long time ago, it's how the city will change. And especially coming back to Marseille, of course, there are urban changes. The building of the museum, the very big museum, the transformation of the harbour was not part of the bid, but in fact, very linked. And without the capital, without the bid, that probably never happened. So the question how to measure, and I come back to my colleague. Now, for you, Sarah, it's quite close. It's not easy to measure just 1 or 2 years after, but maybe you have also what is now growing after the capital, and also, Chris, how you can see what happened 2 years ago, 2 years after, 10 years after, the capital you were involved with.
I think we keep kind of coming back to the same ECoC brand because unfortunately or fortunately, it's really, it depends. There's not one measurement which is universal for all the cities. So each city is actually kind of, especially after European Capital Culture, or left on its own what they want to do. And I think that's one of the big problems we talked about is like before also, you know, in terms of legacy and what it is and stuff. And I think it's very important topic, but that is also very connected with the future of ECoC and the branding. But how we measure and what we did, and I think that's a good approach, but then again, it's what we did and what certain other cities have done as well, in this order or the other way around. So basically, when we were completing the European Capital Culture Year in 2022, it was a really good program. We are still running, obviously, as an organization. Like I pushed through with my colleagues the idea to apply also to become a member of UNESCO Creative Cities Network, and in that sense to kind of inspire the decision makers to keep investing in our project and in the continuation connected with the European Capital Culture, this being another global kind of brand that we are associated with. And in that sense, we're kind of moving forward. So this is kind of our story. And I would say that if European Capital Culture was not a success, then the city wouldn't even have any reasons why to connect and continue on an international level to keep supporting us. We are just also, within our evaluation, I would say that even the citizens of Novi Sad really responded positively to it. We can see that obviously in the international eyes it's also perceived in a good way, but it is very, very early because I think only after a couple of years you can see whether you really created a strong impact or not. So in our case, it is this kind of early stage, but I feel it is going in a good way. What is also one of the reasons and one of the things which are kind of common between all European Capital Culture is that we are some more, some less dependent on local governments, on politics. So that's also that also can sway the direction. For example, I think Lille is one of the very good examples of legacies, but for example, their government, their mayor, I think didn't change since the beginning of their title here all the way till now. Certain European Capital Culture, I think like Leeuwarden, they also were European Capital Culture, and then they did this UNESCO City of Literature immediately after it. Certain cities are already creative cities of UNESCO, and then they are applying for European Capital Culture. So I think it's important for the city, maybe, in my opinion, or in our case, and seeing some other examples, is to try to be associated as with many important global, international, European networks as possible in order to, again, as I said in the beginning, become kind of so solid that whoever comes, even in terms of like different governments or decision makers, you're kind of very solid and very established in what you're doing. Because those are all usually very common visions, but I'm still thinking about the ECoC brand, yeah. And I have a question for you later on, but maybe that could come, later, yeah.
Does Chris?
in our evaluation processes, we need to make sure that sociologists are built into the process of designing the evaluation from the very beginning. They need to be there, I think, from building the cultural program. Because if we're talking about changes of hearts and minds, then we need the right tools to understand what is a mind, what is a heart, and how do we see those changes occur. That's the first thing. The second thing, I think, is to do actually with the point you've just made about legacy. One thing I would really use to see to what effect a European capital of culture has had upon a city and a region is what degree are the international networks that were set up and seen as being a key part of the European dimension during the process are maintained and enriched 10 years later. Are they now part of the living soul? Is it the natural instinct to reach out to other cities? At all levels, political, for example, I know of cities now who are signing agreements for peer learning between cities as a result of their European Capital of Culture's bid. But the peer learning is actually between architects in the cities. They're really concrete outcomes. So we'll hear from Stefan from Bulgaria, from Plovdiv, who will tell us, I'm sure, about the political implications, the economic implications of European Capital of Culture some years later. But if we're talking about hearts and minds and the way artists operate, then we need to look at what are the quality of those international networks. Was there still a desire? Andras is here, who has huge experience in youth capitals of culture, and it's really interesting to hear what happens 10 years later in terms of a city's desire to say, it's an obvious thing, we need another similar ECoC, whichever field it's in, because it only makes us richer and more open. So it's soft. I'm sure there are hard elements to the evaluation, but it's also soft. Sorry to come back to the personal thing. What degree does my mum see another mum? Here's a story to finish on. When I was in Galway, I met this beautiful older Polish lady. She was in her 80s, and we had a short conversation. My Polish is not good enough to maintain a conversation at this level, but it was enough to gain her trust. And I asked her, why are you in Galway? And she said, it's a terrible story. I said, what is your story? She said, my son was allowed to move out of Poland as a result of Poland joining the EU and get a job in Galway. And the only way I could see my grandchildren was to leave my village and come with him. If I had my way, this would be over tomorrow. I want to go home and be at home with my grandchildren. So her experience of integration, freedom of movement, she was defined. And actually, she came and participated in lots of European Capital of Culture events and suddenly started to realize that perhaps where she was okay. It was good for her kids. It was good for intercommunications. And perhaps Europe was smaller than she had imagined. Perhaps. But it'd be very, very nice to know what she's thinking 10 years later. So we have to remember this is about real people and real people's experiences of this open Europe.
Beatriz, I put the word evaluation, success, and success. I think you are more specialist than all three together. But do you want to add something about it?
Well, here is always that dilemma between the technical and the symbolic. No? How you capture the symbolic, how you capture the so-called objective, which is never objective because numbers are as fictional as any stories. It's all how you interpret, how you make sense. So I think there are the different layers. On the one hand is the responsibility for accountability, no? So to monitor, to actually document what you do. And that's, yes, it's something that is a sense of, yes, responding to the trust you are given by your funders, also by your communities, when you are managing resources and also managing their expectations and their hopes. So it's, of course, right, it's time-consuming and so on, yet to account for things. And you need lists, and you need boxes, and you need indicators. But then it's how you make sense of it all, and how do you apply your lens? So over time, now the role that, for instance, we do with the Centre for Cultural Value in the UK is precisely that. We are debating what is cultural value? How do you account for value? And whether it's just about monetizing or not. It's a very long debate, 30 years, 40 years in the making. I do believe it's possible to keep advancing and developing methodologies. And it should not be an either or. You need both. So you need those documents and lists, but that's not the end of it. So you need to capture, yes, those kind of memories. So for instance, one indicator that I think over time we might get better at capturing, for instance, the notion of love, couples, no? People that meet through the European Capital of Culture. The ECoC babies, there are many ECoC babies by now. There could be an amazing project to be done. Those babies that were there in the bid process, no? What happened to them, to their brains? All the languages they heard because of the different people that would pop in and out of offices, and what they saw with their mom, their dad, and what is happening always in and out. Friendships, you know, the friendships that also get developed. The breakouts, no? The battles and the because you are dealing with very, very high emotions. All of that can also be retraced and also would give us very valuable evidence. And it's good to then complement it with the numbers. So I feel the secret of the future of evaluation, on the one hand, is to embrace evaluation as not just an obligation, but something quite empowering. It can be really helpful for you to understand what you do. You know, I mean, I always say, I mean, the big debate with, for instance, the selection process, no, for European Capitals of Culture. My role was to be there defending chapter 1, no, the long-term strategy, how you set up your impacts and so on. And it feels, well, no, we need to talk, what matters is the program. No, what matters is how you deal with people. It's like, no, it also matters how you set up your goals. How are you defining this? And if you really take it seriously, you might realize that it's not as dry and as alienating as you might do if you just do it as an obligation. So I do feel the future might be bright for evaluation processes because there is a lot of knowledge being developed. For the first time now, Chemnitz is also developing a network, a peer group of evaluators, different teams talking to each other. They're very isolated, the evaluators of European Capitals of Culture. They tend to be on their own, very annoying. Where is the data? It's like they also need help. They also need to be liked. They're good people and loved. They're very good people that try very hard. And they also have so much to contribute. But it's just, do not ignore or dismiss just the technical and the number as a bother, but obviously always have the time to, those stories you are saying, no? How you collect them, because there are hundreds, there are thousands of them. And also over time you realize many of them are very similar. They happened in the 80s, they happened in 2003, they happened in Serbia, they happened in Spain, they happened. So I do feel there is a way of squaring that circle, but it requires you valuing all of these different aspects of the hosting process and realizing this is not just about doing an art event. You know, you really need to take seriously all the different angles and the transversal skills that you need to develop to make this what it can be and what it often is.
Maybe before I give the floor to you, because I know you have a lot of comments and ideas, all the subjects we put on the table. I ask Chris and Sarah to prepare themselves some questions. So who want to begin?
I have a question for you, sir. How does being a non-European, a non-EU European country, you see how language can create wars, how a non-EU European country benefit from having a European Capital of Culture project in one of its most important cities?
Well, in lots of ways for sure. I think it's mainly because it really opened up the borders obviously because having a brand of European Capital of Culture associated with Novi Sad, we had much more eligibility to be partners and to collaborate with different countries. So I think, again, we expanded really like our network and outreach in that sense, and that applied to artists and institutions and obviously the independent artistic scene as well. So it really opened up the borders. So we kind of felt really more integrated within European Union and like other European countries, and even countries which are outside the Europe, because in the European Capital of Culture we collaborated with the also countries such as Japan and China and States and stuff. So it was really a really important element. And I think really when you talk about people and the city, there was really this feeling of being international, which Novi Sad was even before, obviously due to Exit Festival and a lot of other mega events that were part of our city's life. But European Capital of Culture was like all year long program, which was really booming with international events and a lot of residencies that our artists were eligible to be a part of in Europe due to European Capital of Culture. So those are like some of the reasons why I think there was a huge benefit for a non-EU country to become obviously European Capital of Culture.
And is Serbia more European, more EU now as a result of it?
I don't think so. But that's again a whole other level of story. So, yeah. But I think in cultural aspects and in the sense of what artists and people who are involved with culture and cultural events, they're definitely feeling the big benefit of it. That's what I can say. Yeah. Did I answer your question?
You did, thank you.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Please do.
Okay. Well, you were involved with different European capitals of culture, mainly as an art director, art consultant. And my question is, was there, what was the, maybe this is like too direct, but I'm very curious because it's, you've seen really different countries, different aspects and elements. Do you kind of take out some experience as the most exciting and some collaboration as kind of most either mind-opening or artistically creative, or what would you point out as something most special?
I wasn't expecting. Okay. The most interesting thing about being an honored guest, and it comes with huge responsibility into a city, and you're not there that long, maybe 18 months, 2 years sometimes, is monitoring and evaluating what stories the city wants to tell of itself and what stories it doesn't want to tell of itself. Because, to be honest, from an artistic point of view, they're often more interesting. But you have to, of course, accept the responsibility of finding the story that is can be shared and is nevertheless interesting. So in every city I've worked with, there is a side that the city does, authorities don't necessarily want to tell, the citizens themselves don't think it's correct to tell. And then there is a real story, or the real stories, that's my subjective opinion, by the way, which can often tell us more about this jigsaw of what it means to be European. You mentioned there's a lot in common between, for example, Spain and Ireland or any other European country. And if you want to summarize that, it often comes down to the word collective trauma when it talks about the 20th century. How many of our citizens or political leaders want to say, oh yes, let's place collective trauma at the center of our big events? Forget it. So finding that way to create something that's interesting about the city and also celebratory is interesting. So every city has that. And if you look back over most European capitals of culture, big events, it's there. That dichotomy is there. The complicated story versus the fact that we have a right to come together and be proud of who we are and where we're coming from. And let me just take one very short example. It's the most recent, and I'll take the most recent because I don't want to categorize or anything else. In Elefsina, there's this extraordinary moment that was caught very well, especially on television, where this whale, which was a metaphor of Persephone, coming back alive from under the sea to rejoin us in order to go through this journey of relocating our relationship with nature. That's perhaps my vision of it. Huge whale out of the darkness of the sea, coming up and out, and television catches that behind it, it is lit up beautifully by all of these flames from the oil refinery, which is one of the biggest oil refineries in Greece, behind it. And that very oil refinery, and this is no disrespect to our beautiful colleagues in Greece and Elefsina, that oil refinery is a metaphor of almost everything that's causing destruction around our planet at the moment. And we all have our own refineries. It's not I'm not downing LFC. We all have them. Whichever country we're in, we have things that destroy us as well as give us future. So it was finding the poetry for me, finding the poetry in city landscapes, in this case, the oil refinery versus the ephemeral appearance of this whale from underneath the sea is gorgeous, and that's what I live for, helping cities or helping big events find those moments that only last a second. All the chaos around it is worth it. All the things going wrong is worth it. Hopefully we can inject those key moments into people's common imaginations, and that's what we call the Instagram moment, or whatever it is in common parlance. But that's what I love to help cities find and take the risk, because it's huge risk to get to that moment and say, we will have your refinery in the back of this television moment that's going to go all around the world. The Guardian picked it up. It was the image of the day in the Guardian. It went around the world. And they were very brave to take it on and celebrate it.
Other question each other, or I'm go... No? Okay. So, no, I wanted just to also put the question of the artistic brand. Because when I prepare a little bit, when Beatriz asked me to prepare, say, which kind of subject I never speak about. Because, you know, all of us, we speak a lot about ECoC and what is it. And, okay, sometimes we are quite stuffed with that. So I wanted to, is it an artistic brand? It is some artistic projects are very well, it's not, as you know, most of you, to have a good capital of culture project is not a project as usual. If it's just a festival, a jazz festival, and you have just one jazz player more, yes, why not? But that don't change anything. It's not just one exhibition more. So what is really the reason you can move the artistic scene? Most of projects arrives the question of public space. It's not by Beatriz, when she began with Liverpool, she had a very big parade. So a lot of projects are asking the public space. So that's quite big. But I was thinking, in fact, I come back to the criteria, because I think an artistic successful project is linked to the long-term strategy. Did it change something? Did he push the cultural scene in one direction? It's about the European dimension, but European dimension is not only to have two European artists on the stage. Of course, it's really to work what's the feeling of Europe, the sense of Europe, and the third thing is about outreach. How people are involved, how we can share with people in a lot of ways of sharing. And it was interesting to recognize quite of the main criteria of the European Commission of what I can call European branding, artistic branding. Some reaction about, I just improvise. And in English it's difficult to improvise.
So we are saying how much is it about the artistic take? Well, that has been the ongoing. I mean, Liverpool didn't have an art director in the end because the person appointed was fired, Robin Archer from Australia. She was fired and never replaced. And yes, it's an ongoing conversation of whether you just do it through collaboration, cultural producers, and how much you need. So it's an interesting one because the term culture is very broad. And obviously, in fact, nothing prevents you from saying that our European capital of culture is all going to be about celebrating our gastronomy and our nature, our connections with religion. It's true that there is this section with the artistic program, but that does not necessarily need to be the very core or ultimate debate. So that's another area of debate is, yes, the role of the artist in a European capital of culture, where actually for many cities, what is valuable is that genuine intention to be truly transversal and get to speak to your firemen and the police and get them to talk to your schools and get them to talk to the health sector. It's really about getting your city working together in order to, and then obviously the artist may be the facilitator, but doesn't need to be at the top of the pyramid. And that's a really, really interesting area as well. Or who will say, no, it has to be the artistic vision ultimately. That's the ultimate mark of quality.
Well, and different European capitals of culture have taken different routes. I mean,
Yes.
even in the last 3 or 4, you can see some with a very clear artistic director who brings his vision and really states it and maintains it all the way through. And you have others, even when there is an artistic director, who takes a different approach and says this will be predominantly a conversation that through art we are generating with participation from every angle of society, from prisoners to children, to babies, to immigrants. I think we need to remain aware that art in the second half of our 20th century has become a tool. It's become something where most of us believe and accept. It has a social value, and we have to. I'm part of that. I very much believe that, and have very much contributed towards that, I hope, over 40 years. However, I also believe that artists have the right to make statements that are not particularly mediated through a wide collective agreement. I don't think Picasso ever sat down and said, may I paint a picture about Guernica, please? But I might be wrong. I mean, maybe he did need a sponsor who would say, here's 3 months, do what you want. We're never, I'm not talking about artists being free. None of us are free. We're all in a matrix and a network of responsibilities and collaborations. However, this very precise voice where artists are allowed to make a statement, and it's not being mediated by whether the firemen in the village are happy with it, or whether even the politicians are happy with it, is an essential part of what it means to be a democracy. It actually then comes back to that. Yes. What is the space for a voice that's dissenting?
But also it's around mutual respect of the capacities that we all have. And I feel, what I have also discovered, sometimes the artists that for the first time have to be taken seriously, talking to the mayor and understanding the position of the mayor and why the mayor operates the way a mayor has to operate. That is not just trying to be that way just because that's a role, and it's about, you know, and that also I feel with European capitals of culture, in some cases the impact on artists is also interesting. To just realize actually, wow, there is so much talent, and also there are so many other sectors that are doing brilliant things that are really inspiring, and that we should pay more attention to each other and stop the bubbles, no, about I have the last word, or I'm the only one that can really deliver something truly inspiring. So yeah, I think that's also an interesting mark, and I don't know how you would, in terms of how you tell those stories. I don't know how we're doing.
If I may add just something, I think it's just a little bit tricky because European capital of culture, again, maybe to most of the people in the city, is not really understandable what it is. So I think this kind of artistic vision or program concept is very important to be like an umbrella, and then within that artists can be free to express themselves. But if there is not this kind of one branding or one direction artistic vision, it could be throughout the year different concepts, and each capital culture has a different perception. But I do feel that some kind of, in order for European capital culture to be more understandable to the audience, it should have some kind of branding direction, which is connected with communication and arts. So that should be bridged, I don't know, yeah, my opinion.
So we are speaking for more than an hour, and I hope you are not sleeping all. We put a lot of words on the table, the question of brand, the question of artistic values, the question of legacy. So may we have some questions of reaction for you, and we'll try to continue the conversation. But I don't know how it's working for with mic. You have a voice? Great.
Hi, I wanted to come back to the point that you made, Beatriz, right at the beginning in your presentation about the ECoC brand. In the almost 40 years of ECoC, how many times have efforts been undertaken to create the brand, to talk about it, and what happened? And if not, why not?
Yes. It has always been curtailed. So, yeah, there have been, I don't know how formally the attempts have been, because the issue with the way the European Capital of Culture functions is very different from events such as the Olympic Games that have the International Olympic Committee and where you have a very clear body with teams that have been set up to address, different aspects. In this case, it's obviously within Creative Europe, the European Commission team is quite small, the ones that have responsibility towards that. And there have been some issues in terms of not creating sub-brands, because the only brand has to be the European Union. So there was a time, this was 10 years ago, when you might have seen at some points there was this European Capital of Culture name with a little wave underneath. And then the communications teams within the European Commission said that, no, you cannot really use that. The only message we have is the European Union, and then you will have all of these different initiatives. Because it's seen from a more administrative point of view. So at the core of this program, in the center in Brussels, this is an administrative procedure. So, but obviously, for all of us, the storytelling is the reason. I mean, the way cities put so much, because it's always what I say, what is on paper doesn't account for even 20% of the actual value and investment, emotional hours that people offer to this initiative to make it be what it is, because it's far bigger than the actual specific components. This is not understood within Brussels, beyond the very small team that knows how much passion and how much imagination is fired up by this, this tool and this possibility. So no, you don't have that because you don't have that core and that center. The same has happened in terms of evaluation and documentation. There is no documentation center. There is no centralized archive because there is no capacity for any of that. So what you have is then the fragmented and then all the initiatives, like the different, there is now the ECoC family. Back in the day, in the 90s, it was a Greek foundation, with the Melina Mercouri related. There have been several iterations of networks, all informal, all led by the actual cities, evolving depending on the life and the time that particular individuals would have. So that's the problem. Can you establish a brand if there is no center, if you don't have an ultimate authoritative body that curates and manages that? No? So with Eurovision, you have the EBU, is the European Broadcasting Union, and they have decided, yes, to set up the brand. With la Exposition Universelle, you have le Bureau International des Expositions, that I don't know in terms of the funding how they go, but they are there. They have a core and an ultimate word. You don't have that for the European Capital of Culture. And I think out of today's, that is whether, in terms of saying, it should not be that difficult. It doesn't need massive resources, but you need a center. You need someone that can have this kind of 2 or 3 clicks. So yeah, the answer is no. It has never been done properly. Can it happen? That's the big question. It has to. I think the answer is that it has to. It has to. Because the lack of that center is what is, in terms of the amount of energy that goes into having to start from zero every time explaining what is a European Capital of Culture? Why? It's like, you don't need to spend that time to explain. I mean, you might, with the Olympic Games, now there is a whole growth of anti-games. So there is now a lot of debate of which cities want to bid to become an Olympic Games host. And in places like Canada and so on, there is a whole anti-Olympic movement. But you don't need to spend time explaining what is the Olympics. You decide whether you want it or not. With European Capitals of Culture, before you decide whether you want it or not, it's just you have to spend all of this time explaining what is it? What is it? I feel it's about time that.
And has there ever been discussion to have like a website also, or like a more direct platform for? No.
I think we have to make it happen. I think it has to come from everyone. Now we have ECoC News progressively,
Can I add to that? Because indeed it's important. We are talking about a brand and there is not a body. to establish the brand and to manage. And it is not on the cities. This is the responsibility of the European Commission. I was talking recently to a colleague from Belgium, and she said that, you know, with this ECoC thing, I feel that it is all on the cities. The European Commission is not doing anything. She said, I live in Belgium all my life. I'm 50 years old, and I have never seen in Brussels or something about the European capitals of culture, the European Commission informing the people about it, presenting it, communicating it. There is nothing, and they are waiting everything to be done by the cities.
Not the city, because the core team that supports, they worked so hard, but it's at the LISA level that is not sufficiently, and that's the issue.
Yeah.
So it's like how it has to be going to the top, you know, the discussion has to go to the top. And obviously post-Brexit, that is also the moment, it's like in terms of Europe and European institutions, do you realize the assets you have? And what needs to happen so that you really use them better?
No, I think we have really important moment because we have this incredible tool, very successful capital urban tool, but very fragile. That can really become something without interest. I was in France in 81 when began the Fête de la Musique. I don't remember. Anybody knows what is Fête de la Musique? Yeah. And during the 10 first years, it was incredible. It was amazing. Every people go on the street and play and so on. Now it's the most boring date. Oh, we are the 21. Yes, no, we are not 21. Oh, great, I'm pleased to don't be in France. It's a mess. It's no interest because we did not succeed to develop it, to invent it, to develop. So we are this incredible moment. We know cultural, and we have us together to build the future. I think so, because we can't wait for European Commission to do it. We have really to push them and to propose. It's why this kind of initiatives, Culture Next Network and so on, we have really to work on it because probably next year they will change the rules because we know the rules have to be changed for a lot of reasons. The question of big country, large and small one, it's difficult to find new cities and so on. So it's really necessary to reinvent. But I saw Rafa as the solution. He has a good solution because the solution of Rafa is to have Bielsko-Biała as a permanent capital of culture each year.
Not really. The question from Bruno Ignacio, and it sounds, how we can brand a city that is not selected to become ECoC?
No, I don't know if somebody wants to answer because I think it's a very important question. I was involved in Rouen candidacy. It was a very, very high-level bid, but we were not selected, and it's very difficult to build something after. And it's a pity because there's a lot of energy, a lot of money invested, and nothing.
Exactly.
Cluj. Ah. Where is Cluj? Who's Cluj? That's Cluj, I recognize.
Yeah, hi, my name is Stefan. I come from Cluj. I was not planning to answer that, but because Kelly offered me as a volunteer, I will. Yeah, we bid for ECoC for 2021. Well, that was delayed to 2023 due to the pandemic. So after 6 years of very hard and very good work, the result was that Timișoara was appointed a capital of culture, and we just went on with our plan B, which was, okay, let's cancel the opening ceremony and do the rest of the thing. Culture Next is actually one of our bid book projects back then. It started with Kelly and with some other friends from different cities that were bidding years before. So I'm really not sure how to how you can how to answer the question, how can you brand a failure story. I'm not sure how can you brand a success story either, but what I can share from our experience is that we were just persistent, we had our objectives clear, we said that year after year after year the objectives were the same, they did not change with the loss in the competition. And we just went on with the same procedures, with the same people, with the same organization. And right now we are actually the same organization that was the bidding organization. We are still in place. We are triple in size from 40 member institutions initially to 135 now. Running several new infrastructure projects, 20,000 square meters under construction right now, tons of full-time staff. So I think the project is on, and now it kind of speaks for itself. We did not try to brand it in anyhow, but I think we are more or less known as a famous loser now.
I mean, if I may add, because this is gaining momentum. The whole discussion about what happens, I mean, the notion of losers, of failure is all relative. It's all relative. In the UK, for many years, there have been efforts, and there have been actually branding approaches or ways of referring to the shortlisted cities. So there was a Cities of Culture network that was created just after the edition that eventually went on to Liverpool in 2008. Now you have the UK City of Culture initiative, and the shortlisted cities that didn't get appointed for the 2024 edition are now part of what they call a Silver Cities network. So there is now a whole growth, especially as cities are starting to take more seriously the value of investing in cultural strategies and using the excuse or the prompt of a bidding process to actually come up together with the baselines, with evaluation, just getting to understand a bit better their assets. They start to realize that the bidding process in itself has merit and has value if you manage it properly. And that somehow, I mean, going back to Bruno's point, I think one of the most amazing legacies for a European Capital of Culture program going forward would be to actually be able to say that just by bidding, you win. If you actually put yourself through the sieve of the kind of criteria that we are going to propose to you in a very responsible manner. So we, as European Commission and the panel and so on, are going to be asking you questions that are so relevant to you. They're going to be so helpful to your city that regardless of whether you end up appointed, you will be transformed. You know, just setting up the conversation, just getting, you know, your mayors and your different organizations to say, oh, we have not thought about this question before. So I think it should be possible to get some kind of mark of honor to say, I tried, you know, I did take very seriously this process. Here is my bid book. I also feel the encouragement, publish the bid books. Get a repository of bid books out there for access. Maybe eliminate anything in terms of management of budgets. There are things that you don't need to put in the public domain necessarily, but the vision and the ideas, I think that's a brilliant thing to share with your communities and with other cities. So I do feel there is also a way forward for that other type of brand. That is, I tried, and there was an interesting conversation emerging.
Sorry, if I may, just to connect with what Beatriz just mentioned. A repository of ECoC bid books. We have it on our website, culturenext.eu. There's an ECoC archive now. A big donation from Steve Green, the guy who voted against us. We're actually friends now, and we have a very good relation after the competition. And years after, he entrusted us with his personal archive with more than 300 ECoC documents. So if you're looking for bid books, have a look on the website.
Failed cities, not just the winners, but the ones that didn't.
Everybody's there, and if you are not there, please send us your bid book. And to get back to what you were saying, the relevance of bidding, what I like to say now, I think this is part of the Culture Next discourse as well, is that the ECoC legacy is not limited to ECoC title legacy, is the ECoC bid legacy. And if it was just for me, I would simply add another question to every page of the ECoC bid book, and the question would be the same every time, doubling all the other questions, and the question would be, would you still do it without the title? And if the answer is yes, then you would be good.
We are arriving at the end, not at the end, but we have 10, 15 minutes, or we can't stop when we want. We want to add something or to ask a question for... I've seen the microphone.
I would like just to place one question. Beatriz said that if we want to just create a brand and to start to make the European Union to do something about it, we have to start from top. So I think that there should be maybe common initiative of all cities that became capitals of culture, or not became, but did a very good job, or all those associations and committees like Culture Next and the others, just to make one vote. And we are just shortly after European Union elections now. Yeah. We have our representatives there. So 5 years' time to do anything about it. We know some of those people. We have representatives from our city as well. So let's do maybe kind of lobbying around it. And for them, it will be very good to show it was my initiative. It's something completely new. It's not something that I'm recovering legal things, etc. I'm creating something really new. So maybe that's the way to start something.
The only thing you take my conclusion. So, because I prepare exactly the same word. So I have no conclusions. So, please. No, I agree, absolutely.
I wanted to ask a question.
Yeah, it's work.
Especially to Chris, who's been organizing great events in Britain and also across Europe. Is it working? Hello? Oh, yes.
Yeah,
yes. Okay, so my question to Chris. I've been living in London for a long time, but also I saw, also during the time when it was very exciting for Britain to experience the change that was influenced by the European culture. I remember in 1990s, you couldn't buy decent quality bread, sorry, in Britain. So it was later than the fantastic bread from France, from Poland, from Italy came to the country. It was also difficult to drink good coffee. Also there was, maybe it was a bit better with wines because wines were imported to Britain for a long time. But so I could see the changes in Birmingham, in Manchester, which were branded with help from European Union, which I think played quite a strong role in dispersing the wealth from London to northern part of Britain. And it's interesting to see that two European capital of cultures in Britain were Glasgow and Liverpool, which really benefited from that European influence. At the same time, we can see, I could see the memorials in 2015 of people killed for European values in Kiev. A month ago, I was in Georgia seeing people protesting against the government using European values as an opposition material. And there were many people walking through Tbilisi with European flags. Now we've got a very interesting experience, actually, watching European Capital of Cultures and European Union ideas, because we've got pre-EU countries, we've got EU countries, but now we've got a post-EU country. And I had an impression that in Britain, actually, the problem with Brexit was very much the cultural one. That people didn't really feel part of Europe culturally, despite all this wonderful food, British orchestras traveling around Europe and so on. So my question is, what went wrong? What and how that should influence, how we create European capital of culture, whether it should be maybe more about European values, not just about the cities that present the whole thing. What's your impression? What could we do differently to make sure that actually we don't have another Polexit, or other countries, and we really understand European values the same way that people in Georgia or in Ukraine understand these days?
That's an easy question. Which country really feels European? Most of us see Europe as being on the other side of our border. That's the first thing I would say. Not all of us, but a very large number of us. Let's bring Europe to us. Let's go to Europe. So there's an... and I have to be careful not to slip into my historical training here, but let's remember that the EU, in its initial impulse, was an attempt to find a post-colonial identity for a lot of colonial countries, a lot of countries that had had a large colonial heritage and history, which was clearly coming to an end, and they needed to find a new union in which to survive economically in a brutal world. So at the core of that is story. At the core of the British trajectory has been a story of the plucky outsider who survived the Second World War, who led the fight to save Europe from itself. And that myth and that story, it's not totally a myth, no story is completely a myth, was used brutally to create a story about the fact that we can live outside of these interconnected Europe. And if you then, I don't want to turn this now from a historical to a political analysis, but if you look at some certain political decisions that happened after 2008 and austerity and all of these things, the British were led very quickly to an analysis that the problem of declining standards of life and real crises in, let's say, child poverty in the UK was the result of them over there. And so that was a popularist story, narrative, that gained huge traction. Now, what is the role of us as storytellers and artists? As you implicitly say, to reconnect with the complexity of the values that underpin what it means to come together, and to find the compelling stories that can take us and our communities along that path, to look for the joy rather than the terror of coming together with people who you don't share the same language with, or the same religion, or the same background, because most things we have are commonalities. We need shelter, we need food, we need our souls to be enriched, and we need hope. These are the things that drive us together as human beings, but we also know that very strong narratives can very quickly appear that counteract all of those things. We need security. We need to protect ourselves from the dangerous outsider. We can do that best if we close the borders. And we very recently had a monster that we couldn't see. It was COVID. And look how quickly we did that. Legitimately. We put the borders up, we needed those things. So underneath all of these decisions that are political and social, actually are very compelling stories, collective stories. And our job as storytellers is to find the stories that, in my opinion, push certain values forward. And those values are values I share with the EU, perhaps not always on an economic level, but definitely in terms of human rights and respect for difference and celebration of diversity, etc., etc. I don't know if that's answered the question.
Do I have time just to make, because these points are really, really important. And the debate are, again, what countries feel European and so on. Obviously, identity is always fluid, and our notion of how we feel is also a reaction to things. No? So, for instance, I was thinking of Spain and who feels European, and what are the layers? No, it's very clear now the notion of the Mediterranean. The Mediterranean identity is now coming very strong. So is that, if you have now the notion of Catalan identity and then you put it against the Spanish identity, then you feel European. In Scotland, I was feeling the same. So obviously there is the British identity, but if in Scotland you don't want to be part of that, then the European element becomes very strong. at the city level in Liverpool. Liverpool has never felt English. Liverpool is not English. It's Liverpool. And then sometimes you will think, yeah, but now we are also European. I mean, post-Brexit, the whole city was covered by European Union flags. There are streets where you have that European Union flag, and certainly don't call a Liverpoolian an English person. So and there is the Scouse identity. So it's multi-layered, and obviously it's at which point you feel this brings you a home, no? So it's really interesting to see at which point you feel there is a refuge into that notion of being European, depending on what else is happening around you and what you feel threatened by. And obviously that will keep fluctuating, like right now after the elections, what is the notion of this idea of diversity and commonality? What is common, what is different, and in what sense do you celebrate it? Is fascinating. Obviously, across Europe, there are so many countries where the notion of the national is also in question. No, in Italy, no, if you are Sicily, from the Sicily is not the same as being from Milan. You know, what is it? You know, and then do you then take refuge into the European notion to feel the sense of commonality? No, so is that at which point is the city, is your region, is the country or the continent? What is it that makes you feel you are part of something that represents you? I think it's very volatile. And it has to do, with these associations. So that's why we go back. What comes to your mind, depending on what you have in front of you, no? Be it a symbol or an image or a set of words. So I think, this has really to be at the very heart of this whole conversation about whatever we call it. Brand is a name, but it's also, we're talking about narratives, and we are talking about the way you make sense of the story, the principle, the project, no? And obviously the other one I would want always to question, what do we think when we hear the term European project, no? Is it something that feels, inspiring and open, or does it feel like propaganda? At which point the notion of the European values might also feel like an imposition or brainwashing? At which point you feel, no, this is really empowering and important? No, are you being disrespectful of others?
I guess it has to be connected with your own national identity. So if there's no that connection, then it's just like a pan-European notion without any relevance, I guess. So. And there's another thing which is very popular now, is not only European capitals of culture, but there's also in Asia, there's a trend for capitals of culture in Africa, South America, so, but that's other story, I guess.
Okay, maybe it's time for a small coffee break, because I think we opened a lot of topics, quite interesting, as a living discussion. So I have lost my conclusion, as you know, because it was really well said before me. But I think we have a quite important responsibility in this situation, because we know all of us the lack of an European cultural policy. We have very few tools, a kind of small program like Creative Europe. It's better than nothing, but it's not really at the level we think it's absolutely necessary to put the conversation. So thanks a lot, Sarah, and thanks a lot, Chris. Beatriz, not necessary to thanks. and 15-minute breaks.
So I will slowly start because we need to have this Lufthansa moment. Probably all of you have taken or had a route through Munich or to Frankfurt, when it's always this discussion about one flight being late. So you are always putting yourself the question if we catch the other flight. So let me be Lufthansa, and just to tell you that the objective for now on, because we are a little bit late, is to catch the afternoon panel session, which will still start at 2 o'clock. So we'll have at 3 o'clock. So we will have a 1-hour panel. We started at 12 o'clock, so we are 15 minutes late. And the target is that with this panel and with the lunch, we will catch up those 15 minutes in order to be able to catch the evening flight. But to be very honest, all of this is about something else. Beatriz was speaking about big events and big moments. And you know that there is a big non-cultural event happening in Europe this month, which is related to football. So basically the whole target is to do every cultural thing until 9 o'clock, because at 9 o'clock Spain is playing Italy. So we need to watch the game. So, you know, we need to be on time because that game is not being delayed. So on this note, let me introduce myself and this panel. So my name is András Farkas. I'm coming from Cluj, that famous loser you were hearing about. I'm working with Culture Next, being part of the executive team. But basically my work is connected to an NGO working in social innovation, in culture, participation and entrepreneurship. And my role here is today to moderate this discussion about successful or not so successful ECoC stories, but going towards a very practical approach, coming from let's say 3+1 cities who were either winning this title, not winning this title, or being in the process of bidding for this title. So let me introduce in an alphabetical order Kelly Diapouli, who is coming from Greece, but now also Cyprus. She was coordinating and she was very much involved in the process of Eleusis 2023, sorry, a part of the bidding and in the implementation, but now she's also working with the city of Larnaca to 2030. So she's also having again the bidding hat. But she also has a background, and I'm quoting here from the agenda. She's also having a background in independent curating and culture management, but she's also a journalist. So, Kelly. This is what it says. Turn on the microphone, yeah.
To be honest, I didn't know I'm a journalist.
Very good, now you know.
That's new. Well, I used to be. That's true, I used to be, but it's ages ago. I have forgotten about it.
Memories, okay. So also we are having here Anna Kocheragova. She's coming from Lithuania. She is involved in the Kaunas 2022 story, where she was director of, she was ECoC program director, and now she's also taking care of the legacy ECoC legacy organization, still delivery, production, and managing storytelling. I'm really interested in how you manage storytelling, but we will come back to this. And also we are having Ștefan Teișanu, who famously got my bio in the schedule. So she's not being me, but she's a cultural entrepreneur. She started with an NGO which is called Fapte. It's an organization delivering a lot of culture, content, events and production in Cluj. But since 2015, if I remember well, he was becoming part of the European Capital of Culture process in the bidding phase. And then, since then, he is managing the Cluj Cultural Center, which is the legacy organization also of that bidding, but it is a much more. And probably he was the first one who actually wrote a sentence in the bid of Cluj, European Capital of Culture, about the need for having a network of candidate cities. And this is starting from a very simple number, and maybe this is also very relevant for our discussions, is that Beatriz was saying that there are 73 cities who were nominated to hold this title in history, in its almost 40 years. But also there is another statistics from Culture Next, I think from last year, which says that 84% of the cities who are bidding for this title, they are actually not getting this title. So the question is, what happens with all the effort which is invested into a bidding process and maybe later on also in the legacy process? So you do the math. Let's say until the end of this session, maybe you can calculate if 73 is 16%, then what is 100% of cities who applied for this title? So in this sense, I would like to go a little bit towards you, and I will start actually with Ștefan, because I think yes, Cluj and actually Elefsina were bidding for the same year initially, but historically that's the perspective. What was, Ștefan, your story? How did you manage to build up a story for the bidding? with all the complexity, all the members and all the interests which were connected to the bidding process and to this title initially, how did you manage to build up an original story for what Cluj wanted to achieve with this title?
I will pick it up from where Chris left it when he said in the previous session that it's very complicated for a city to find the right balance between the stories that are really relevant and the stories that can be told, can be shared. So in our case, this was a balance that was very, very difficult to achieve. From the cultural sector point of view, the obvious need of the city and the motivation for the culture sector to get into this competition was to contribute to eliminating or to minimizing the social gap, the increasing social gap between the so-called creative class of the city and the others, which include war and steel are around 70% of the city. So this was the big motivation, the big drive for the artists and for the culture sector. But this was not an acceptable discourse from the politicians and for the administration. So we couldn't go for it. It was a fight in the beginning. It was actually two rival groups opposing each other, and then in the end we created this NGO to accommodate both views, the political and administration and the artist and culture sector. So this is how we created this organization that now is called the Cluj Culture Center, and we were the bid organization for that title. In the end, we needed to come to a compromise, and we did. And the story we went for was this idea that we need to tackle the appearance of different categories in the cities being different from one another. So young and old, Cluj natives and people coming from other parts of the country or Europe, Romanians and Hungarians, ethnics, Roma people. We have IT and artists and so on and so forth. So we try to put it in a mild way. To be honest, I think this is why we didn't get the title. Yeah, this is the story we went for in the bidding. But the true story, I think, the real story that helped us over these 10 years now was the loser story. So the moment when we lost, well, it was a pretty much planned moment, so to say, because as a leader of the bid, I knew that we don't have like the main chance with that speech that we were delivering. So I tried to negotiate with the administration. We tried to negotiate with the political administration to say that, okay, we are doing our best with this, but chances are we're not going to get it. So will you, in order to keep this energy going, we need to count on your support no matter what happens. So they said yes, and when we knew that we can go with a plan B, which is a long-term organization, a legacy organization deriving from the bid, we already started working on this plan B story, and this is how we were able to announce the evening when we found the results, when Timișoara was selected. In that evening, we were able to announce that Cluj will carry on, and then 1 week later, we had a big 100 big signatures from the city announcing the European Commission, the jury, everybody that Cluj will carry on, and then we for it's 10 years now, almost 10 years since we are building on this story that you're not losing until you really are losing. So right now what we say is that if the competition ends, it doesn't mean you lost. If your effort ends, this is when you lost.
I was also the girls, but can you just shortly, because maybe not everybody knows, what is Cluj in the Romanian context? Like what level of city it is, how big is the population, where it stands in the urban network of Romania?
Yeah, well, we have several cities in Romania claiming to be the second city in the country. Cluj is one of them. It's a big university city, 80,000 students. Under 500,000 inhabitants in total. Big cultural city, big cultural vitality, 3,000 cultural events per year, every year. So it was, and also right now it's, hey, the future is here. And also, statistically, the city with the biggest economic growth in European Union. So, not like your favorite competitor for ECoC.
Kelly, is Elefsina famous or a favored competitor? I don't want to give spoilers, but come on, I still remember that back then everybody was very surprised that Elefsina, a suburb of Athens, could even bid for this, not even winning. So how was your perspective? What was your story in this context? Very much an underdog for even going for this title.
Well, it's interesting what Stefan just said, because Elefsina was just the opposite. The story there was obvious, was very obvious and very strong in my understanding and in the city's understanding, and it was very much, very easily told through even a single person that I met. He was in his late 50s, and he said that when he was young, if he was meeting a girl and he wanted to go out with her, he wouldn't say that he comes from Elefsina because she wouldn't go out with him. Because Elefsina was the place not to be. You know, people were, how can you live over there? Elefsina, in the Greek context, is the backyard of Athens, of production. It is the major working class city, but a small city with big factories, refineries, cement factories, iron factory. So actually it's a city within factories that suffered very strong environmental problems in the past, especially in the 80s. The Gulf was dead, the fishes were coming on the shore dead, on the surface dead. So it's true, and it had become a saying for not being there. So everybody who was demonstrating in Greece against development of factories, the motto was, we are not going to become Elefsina. So for the people living there, this was a stigma. And the people there have been working for a long time to get rid of that stigma. They have been working consistently for more than 15 years to build a new image and a new perception of their cities. And they were doing that through culture. They were doing that through the cities festival, Eschilia, and through and by occupying in the first place the ex-factories that were not in use anymore and that were decaying, and holding their festival there and building really interesting artistic works and projects that had made Elefsina somehow known in the small Greek context. So it's the opposite. In Elefsina, the story was very obvious, it was very strong, and it was not the reason why people couldn't believe that Elefsina was bidding, let alone that it will win, is that in Greece, the perception we have for Europe and for culture, generally speaking, has to do with ancient Greece, with our ancient past, and with reproducing all this. So everybody would expect, for example, Elefsina, or everybody, most of the cities, there were 14 cities candidates at the time, and most cities were about the history, the symbols, they were expecting also, in this respect, Elefsina should also be about, you know, the archaeological site, the myth of Demeter, etc., etc. And it was nothing about that. It was about the environmental problems, it was about the social problems and social cohesion, and it was about the economic problems and unemployment in the major working class city of Greece. So it was about the people that live there, their lives, and the future, and their future. So yeah, and but interestingly, this story was not after we got the title, and this is an interesting comparison with Cluj, because after we got the title, this changed, and the story changed, and everybody was interpreting it in a different way. So I think that a success factor is the consistency of the story, to be consistent about the story, and how much it is shared also at the local context, at the national context, etc. So in the end of the day, it's the losers who have been winners, and the winners who have become losers.
You did great.
Well, yeah, I mean, we don't even know if there is going to be a legacy in Elefsina. So it remains to be seen how great the future will be.
Very interesting. I was actually, I'm very honest with you, I was very curious to read all the hate Chris and the whole Elefsina team received when the whale came up from the sea, and then the Greeks were commenting on Facebook that this has nothing to do with the Greek, and what is that whale? Why a whale? Why is it white? Why is it glowing, or whatever? This is one thing, but it was really interesting to see it as an outsider. But also, I very much liked in Elefsina the mysteries stories which you came up with. So for me, I have that big red book. There is a big red book of Elefsina which presents all those, I don't know, 150, 200 mysteries. They are very small stories. So I'm curious, I don't know if you know, when did that emerge? For me as an outsider, it was a very clever way of presenting big stories through very small stories and very small, basically, cultural interventions. And this way I had this chance to somehow grasp this overall Elefsina story going bit by bit, piece by piece, and it was like a little bit like a puzzle game, which then helped me understand the whole thing Elefsina was trying to tell me.
Well, I think I'm not the best person to speak about that, because as I told you, originally the concept was different.
Speak about that. How did it change? So you were part in the phase before that.
Yeah.
So why do you think the story needed to change?
I think it didn't need to change, actually. But so originally the story was about euphoria. That was the motto. It was transition to euphoria. And as I said, it didn't have to do with the mysteries, because exactly we wanted, the aim was not to connect it again to the ancient past and the mysteries and Persephone and Demeter, but to connect it with the main challenges of the city, that was the environmental problems. So it was the EU environment. So EUphoria was had three themes. That was EU environment, EU urbanization, and the EU working classes. So there were three main themes with projects that referred either to the environmental projects, to problems, or the social problems, or the financial problems. And also these themes were positioned in different places in the city. So the coastal zone with where most of the industry takes place, it was the place where most of the projects that had to do with the working class issues and finance and the economy were taking place. Then in the center, where you have the archaeological site, and next to it, Titan factory, and this is a very strong picture and a very strong image of the environment and the destruction of the environment from the industry. It was where the projects that dealt with environment were placed and were taking place. And then in Upper Elefsina, which is the Synikismos area, it's a settlement, a refugee settlement area. It is where projects that dealt with social cohesion were taking place. So that was it. And it didn't really had much to do with the mysteries, to be honest.
And just very shortly, because I don't want to monopolize the discussion on Elefsina, why do you think it changed?
I think it's
realistically.
Realistically, there was a change in policy, generally speaking. So realistically, I think the project afterwards became more about tourism and attraction and creating an image of Elefsina that can be marketed. I understand that in terms of marketing, it is catchy, it is, and this had to do also with a change in government in Greece and at the local authority. So, in my understanding, the end program was much more about tourism, attraction, and less about cultural democracy, social cohesion, which was in the beginning more about.
Okay, so we can take this further later on. How can we deal with this? Because the ECoC is a long process in each of the cities. But turning to you, Anna, first of all, a big recommendation: if you have not downloaded the 300-something PDF, which is the report of Kaunas 2022, which really captures the whole narrative starting from the very beginning. It was very well documented, so congratulations on that. I would strongly recommend you, especially for bidding cities who want to understand somehow the whole story from moment A to moment Z. That's Kaunas really did a good job in capturing this. So from your perspective, what was the story of Kaunas 2022 and what is still the story of Kaunas 2022 now that you have finished it and you need to move on?
Thank you. I'm sorry for another panel member, but
nah,
I think
no
she
worries.
has the right to
we
be
do
here
this
as
for
a
her.
ECoC baby. So, yeah, I can very much relate to what Kelly was talking about, the image of Elefsina before ECoC. I hope that it's turned around now. Definitely it did for Kaunas. And so it was, I suppose, a typical ECoC city story where before the title it was just a neglected or underrated place. I mean, probably a victim of some cultural ignorance, maybe some centralization, also unsuccessful history or turn of events for Kaunas. So finally, it was an object of jokes in popular culture as well. So and we dealt many times with this notion of temporary capital. So Kaunas in the 1940, it was the temporary capital of Lithuania, as Vilnius was then under Poland. But so they had to move the capital. Kaunas from quite a provincial town suddenly became one of the European capitals, a very cultural city with many connections to Europe and the world. And then after that, the war, of course, hit, as all places in Europe. Kaunas was very much deprived of its cultural capacities of the population, and so it was a sad story after the Soviet occupation. And so each time anyone would speak about Kaunas in the news or in any conversation, so a synonym for Kaunas would be the temporary capital. It was already, somehow ridiculous even. To hear this over and over 100 years later. So, and we also felt that it kind of keeps us stuck in the past. Like the only source of pride for Kaunasians would be this period that when we were the capital of culture. And as it was also projected on us all the time, as it was the only thing to talk about us, the temporary capital status. So after many discussions in different circles, in different cultural circles, we came up, Viktoras Bachmetjevas actually came up with this idea of contemporary capitals. We just add con in the beginning, and we create our own vision of this contemporary Kaunas. And here I was thinking about our topic of the discussion for a few days now, and again, like our bid book was written in this from the perspective of contradictions. So again, in my head are so many contradictions. Like, for example, contemporary capital slogan was very clear actually for all Kaunasians and Lithuanians as well, because they hear the temporary capital in it, and they understand that we are kind of competing with this temporary capital status. But in fact, for international audience, contemporary capital needs a whole lot of explanation that I just did now. We are not New York or Dubai or London to kind of fill in these shoes of contemporary city, and nor it was our plan or our vision. So also later on, when we started the project, when we started the candidacy initiative, we needed to speak, explain a lot this European Capital of Culture label. So it was a complete kind of a huge job to do that, to explain what it is, in fact. First of all, after Vilnius 2009, we had a very negative image in some part of society of this project, of ECoC project. So it was a huge, not a fiasco, but a very big problems this team of Vilnius 2009 was facing. The other side of society didn't know ECoC at all. So many years passed, so you are explaining this over and over again to the journalists, to the politicians, to the culture sector, what it is. And what it is, also, it was, again, a huge contradiction for us. So on the one hand, you're saying, look, it's cultural Olympics. Let's do the best thing we can. And we need huge money for that. And on the other hand, you turn to the culture organizations or the politicians, when it comes to evaluation, for example, we're saying that, hold on, it's not like it's a festival, it's not a huge festival, it's, bottom up, it's communities, it's involvement, and we need to think about these micro initiatives. Again, this, and so when it comes to marketing or the brand, I think that it splits in two ways when you speak to the local society and when you speak to the global society. These are completely, I would not say completely different stories, but rather different stories that you are saying to a Kaunasian or even Lithuanian, and what you are explaining then. So what you are saying to Kaunasian is that, look, take part. This is a chance for us to grow. This is a chance to, live your dream or something like that. And when then you come to an international media team and you are explaining more or less, you're promoting your city, right? Through this program and through the slogan.
Okay, so a lot of good questions raised here. Stefan, turning to you again, because this panel is dubbed successes and failures. So can I ask you if, looking back to the whole story, also the bidding, but what happened after that, could you highlight something which you think was really a success in the Cluj story, even not getting the title? And what do you think could have been done differently, or you would do maybe differently looking back into any of the stages of the bidding or later on?
For us, and I think that's essential for every participating city, but for us, what we got out most of this competition was the fact that culture was on the agenda. Culture was on the agenda. We had a culture strategy for the first time. It was rooted in the strategy of the city, the mayor, the politicians, the CEOs, the media, the people were talking about culture as something concrete that exists, and it's not just something that you do in your spare time. So for the first time, we sat at the same table and we discussed strategically about the past of the city, the present of the city, and where it can go from there. So that's the biggest achievement, and you can now see the outputs of this benefit in the fact that the same organization that led the process still exists. It's still growing. It's opening cultural venues, it's doing cultural programs, residency programs, offering scholarships, so on and so forth. So from nothing to this, but you can also see it in the way that the city got even more connected culturally with Europe. Right now, we are members of everything you can imagine in Europe. Our local organizations are doing a lot of co-productions, mobility. So this is very, 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 very visible, I think. And the third point, third output, so to say, is the way it helped us increase collaboration locally. And this was one of the main objectives of the bid, actually, and on that level, we made it. I will just mention that in our membership, we don't only have culture organizations, but we have universities as well, 12 business clubs, different civil society organizations. So there are numerous projects going on between all these types of people and organizations. What we could have done better, to be honest, it's just about the need. If you are realistic about the need, and if you can deliver a discourse and especially a plan to support that, I think that's the game changer. And in our case, the political decision was not to go for the top thing, to go for the second thing, and the second thing was not strong enough. And we lost the title because we really didn't need the title with that question we were asking.
Kelly, you are taking the whole process all over again, but with a different city, from Cyprus, okay, so it's culturally not so different, but still, it's a different place. What learnings are you taking, or what of the first story do you take into this new process, or what did you learn from the first one which you might do the same way or in a different way with Larnaca?
Well, interesting question. Before that, I want to say a few things also about Elefsina and regarding the success. That already the fact that Elefsina became European Capital of Culture, that was a success, a big success actually, and the image of the city, the perception of the city has changed a lot. And also, in financial terms, this can be very easily monitored and documented, because cities like Elefsina in Greece, they are, at the lowest priorities of national planning. By becoming the European Capital of Culture, it became first in the priorities of the national planning, which meant that around 30 to 40 million euros were invested in the city. That's a number that the city could not have imagined with any. It was impossible for the city to get this type of investment without the capital of culture. Now, what I'm taking as a learning, it is that the learning has to do with a story. For me, it has to do a lot with a story. The story has to be strong, but it has also to be true and honest, and it has to be the need for it. It has to be the need for the city to stand up at some moment, and not at any moment, this moment, and say that, look, at this moment, we have something important to say to the whole world. We have an idea that we want to share with the whole world, and it's worth listening to it. So the story is how to build a strong story is, I think it's one good learning, both in its strong points and its weak points from Elefsina. So now that in Larnaca, that I'm not a local there, so I don't know, I'm not that familiar with the local context, with the local stories, the stories of the people. It has taken a long time for me to understand what the story is here. It's not easy to understand in a context that you don't know, in a country that you don't know. So a learning was to make sure that this time it's even more shared with the local community and with different stakeholders. In Elefsina it was, but it was a bottom-up approach and initiative, but I think it was not that collective. It was not reaching out to many different parts of the population. So now in Larnaca, what we are doing different is that from day one, we are working very much with as many communities as possible, with pretty much targeting everybody, from the shopkeepers to the young people to people from different communities, foreigners who live in the city, different age group, different classes, and create a really participatory design approach through which the concept and the main motto came up.
And in just 60 seconds, is it working?
I think it's working. What I see now in a year, and this is something interesting, is that change is already felt in the city. There are people that come to us, people, normal people, and say, yes, we can see that the city is changing. We see things that are happening now, and we are, you can see that people are proud of their city. So a learning is to create, to get back to where we begin, to create really not just a team, but to create really a community. It's not easy, and the bidding time is limited, but I think that if you manage to create a community, I mean, big numbers of people that are engaged and truly participate and share and have an ownership on the project, then you have a very good basis for a sustainable project.
Anna, is Kaunas now temporary, contemporary? What do people say? Did it change some perspective? Was it successful from this point of view? Also from a, let's say, local Kaunasian, Lithuanian and the European perspective, did you manage to change this somehow?
Yes, for sure. It had a big effect on Kaunas. I am sure that we will find still in the media some temporary capital synonyms for Kaunas, but that's fine. I mean, that the most important thing that has happened in the minds of the citizens in Kaunas, that they felt again the pride of being a Kaunasian today. Not 100 years ago. This also, the Capital of Culture project coincided with many beautiful things that happened in Kaunas. Also infrastructurally, the city was changing, it's reviving. And Capital of Culture was like a thing that created a narrative for all of that. And also, you know, this cultural content. In Lithuanian context, very much too. So Kaunas became, you know, this new sexy spot, you know, to go for everyone who is bored in Vilnius and the capital, you know. So something where you can find something, you know, new, fresh, and other than in Vilnius. So for sure it worked for us. How much it remains, I mean, the cultural climate definitely changes after Capital of Culture finishes. So, and a lot of this continuity depends on personal initiative. So, be it a community, I mean, you will not maintain all the community events that you've been pushing or dragging, or you know, that were happening in their own initiative. Because without money, without constant support, you know, and the back, it's not it's not happening so simple. The festivals, more or less, they remain. The most important events are kept, but again, as we talked with some of the colleagues, we do not have a legacy organization for Kaunas too, and all of the content was divided into different institutions. So also to correct a little bit my presentation of me, I wish it was so simple that I'm responsible for the continuity of the storytelling about Kaunas ECoC, but we don't have such a central body, so all of us are actually telling the story further as long as we are motivated to, but also the organizations that took over these festivals, I suppose it also depends on the personal motivation of the directors of this organization for how long these festivals will be kept, right?
Thank you. So, because in 15 minutes we will land with our flight, I'm turning towards you, and I'm really looking forward to hear some of your questions from... I have a lot of questions, but don't let me put all of them. So, any questions from your side? Okay, let me give you a mic also. I can give you a red one, a black one, another red one. Just turn it on.
Right. We were talking earlier about different narratives. I really like that word narrative, because that sort of makes us all focus on certain ideas. And we were already discussing that there were some, on European level, some successes, but also some failures with some of those narratives. And I wanted to ask about some of them, just to see whether, especially in Kaunas, whether you felt that there was a real positive change in some of those areas. One that we mentioned was the projection of European values inside European Union, but also outside of European Unions. Second thing is probably something that hasn't been, I think, much mentioned yet, is the cultural education. Because it seems to be quite a large problem at the moment. We have a growing population which seems to be more and more involved in something I would say entertainment, which looks almost like culture, but it's not always the culture that in the sort of old perception of the world. Like, for example, we've got a new generation that sometimes doesn't really understand the main icons of our European culture. Sometimes, if you go, me as a musician, I can go to young people and I can see that they don't sometimes even know the major European composers. They don't know about symphonies by Brahms. They don't know about symphonies, maybe a bit about Beethoven. So even in organizing cultural events, we see that there is a problem that if we want to organize a series of concerts with Brahms symphonies, we don't really have the audience anymore as we used to. I mean, people are not so much curious about the main core of our European culture. So I was wondering whether you felt that in this way, in this cultural education that in your city, that you managed to achieve something, and what were those achievements. And the last one was actually this differentiations between the entertainment and the culture, which seems to be in the modern world a bit confused, that some can sort of function commercially, the other one can actually needs quite a lot of stage support. It's like when we've got a popular singer, they need to sell tickets to sort of to promote themselves. So it is their problem whether they've got the audience or not. If we've got Beethoven or Brahms, it's not the problem of Beethoven or Brahms that people are not listening to them. It's the problem of our cultural education. So I was wondering whether you could see any changes, or the successes and the failures in these areas after you had the European Capital of Culture.
So I think Anna chip in, but also it's relevant for the two of you. I think Beatriz, this question somehow checked 3 boxes in the 6 criteria. And by the way, Polish candidates, you know that you have I think she's not a selection panel member anymore, but Agnieszka, she's like this hotshot on audience development. She was always putting questions on audience development in the room. So Anna, you have the word, and then also the others if you want to contribute.
Yeah, so I counted cultural, European values, cultural education, and this popular versus cultural
audience. Yeah.
So in terms of European values, the simplest answer would be, that the evaluation report showed that Conesians do feel more like Europeans. I will not mention, the percentage or how it changed exactly, but in fact. It was for us. It was the most difficult question was this European dimension in this bid book, and for us the key was to kind of to make ourselves feel more European. We need to realize that our story is also a European story, and for people of Kaunas, I think it was very important also for their it was the moment of their pride also, for their history to be recognized as connected to this European narrative, right? So, for example, modernism architecture, which was, the people were unaware of this value that we have in a city, and today modernism of Kaunas is listed on the UNESCO heritage list. So it shows, in a very short example, the whole road that we went in just a few years, in 6 or 7 years. As also, this. We did the same thing with the Jewish history of Kaunas, something that we didn't want to talk to. We hid this part of history of Kaunas. We needed to talk about it. But again, today I think many of Kaunasians discovered not only the painful past connected to the Jewish Kaunas, but also the value, the richness of this cultural aspect in our history. So with cultural education, I think it also touches this, right? Because for us it was especially important, let's say, in this modernism sphere, right? to explain the values of what we have to the owners of these buildings, yeah, to the citizens who are actually the main guarantee of saving this architecture, of ensuring its future. In terms of popular versus this festival culture versus the cultural part, for let's say the opening, we always highlighted that for us the opening is not just about crowds of people, marketing, and the event itself. That it will not be about the fireworks. Like it was in Vilnius, many would say, but that it would be part of this integral history that Kelly talked about, integral story of the city. So for us it was very important to put it everywhere, in each partnership with a popular I don't know, musician that we invite for a concert. We wanted him to make some, you know, to find some aspect maybe in his creations related to the story, to the narrative of Kaunas 2022. So this was our key.
Stefan, cultural education, also the narrative?
Yeah, I maybe just to jump in with something. Our city is producing a lot. We have between 2,000 and 3,000 cultural events a year. 983 cultural NGOs registered. So it's a very vibrant city. So when we did our program, so when I'm sharing this with you now, it really doesn't matter to me if we won or lost, because we did our program. When we build our program with the intention to have a long-term organization that does this sort of program. So when we built our program, we, of course, we decided that we are not going to produce more, but we are going to look at how can we help the producers produce better, work in better conditions, be more connected to relevant matters, and so on and so forth. So from in our local environment, big festivals, we have some really major festivals, like hundreds of thousands of people, and we don't have one festival like this, we have more. So we understand very well, we live that reality. So what we are doing is actually, we are building this arts and science program. We designed a physical space for it as well. It was a planned design to an international design competition, and the construction work starts next year. It's going to be a 13,000 square meter place. And to fill it in with relevant activities, we started a program years ago that connects, at the moment, 40 schools in the area with, at the moment, 70 cultural operators and scientific organizations. So it's an arts and science education program that brings literally the schools in different physical spaces that we have around the city, or we physically bring artists and scientists to schools during the school time to complement the current curricula. And we work with the Philharmonic, and we work with the Math Student Association as well. So this is our approach. It's hard to say what changed. We are doing the program for real for just 1 year, because of we lost and we didn't quite able to start when we wanted, and pandemic, wars, etc., etc. But we have 1 year of full program, and we managed to touch around 1,000 secondary and high school students every month in this sort of program. We have some evaluation and monitoring process going on. The results are very optimistic right now, but I think it's too early to actually show a change It's just an enthusiastic change at the moment.
Kelly, and also maybe in a perspective of how you build a bid book, which is trying to address the exact questions like education, audience development, and everything.
Yeah, but I want also to say something about the European dimension and the remark that we are not aware of this history, or how indeed we are not aware. And for me, it has to do with cultural democracy, which is also the essence, in my opinion, of the ECoC project and what differentiates it from other projects, and what differentiates also Europe with respect to other contexts, because cultural democracy is not something that was always here. It was something that was built after Second World War through specific stories, through specific people, and we haven't told these stories. We don't share these stories. I'm not sure if Brahms is part of this story, but there are very important stories that need to be told, and in order to consolidate that European common ground, let's say, and so that everybody can feel part of this story. We take it for granted naturally, because it's where we live, it's the environment that we work, it's how the sector works, and we don't realize that it wasn't always like that. This has been the result of specific processes in the last 50 to 70 years. I was recently in a school you say about Brahms, I was in a school in Larnaca talking with the young people of 15 years old and saying some things about the ECoC and what it is about. So I started by saying that it was initiated in 1925. It's based on an idea of Melina Mercouri. By the way, do you know who Melina Mercouri is? Nobody knew Melina Mercouri. And I'm sure that, and in Cyprus, let alone in Lithuania, in Spain, in Poland, but we need to say who Melina Mercouri is, not because of her as a person, but because of what she represented in the 80s with Jacques Lang, the cultural democracy, the fight against dictatorship. So we need to tell these stories. And coming to Brahms, and so this is part also of the audience development and audience engagement. Coming to Brahms and the distinction between commercial and non-commercial or whatever, I'm not sure about Brahms, but the division is not about Brahms was very popular in his time, so I think it has to do with engagement. Maybe it's not such a big problem if people don't come to listen Brahms, but it is a problem if the contemporary cultures, music cultures, different groups of the community are not represented in our high culture. So in this respect, we need to do two things, I think, is to find ways to bring Brahms into the neighborhoods where immigrants live and connect it to their contemporary culture, find a way to make these matches, and also invite the artists that we consider, high, or anyway, I don't like the word, but let's say the institutional artists to go and work with in these communities with these new people, because they also have culture, music culture, dance culture, theater culture, and bring these voices and these stories into our institutions. So, and I think the capital of culture, what I love in the capital of culture is that it is the main project where you can do this type of work and create these bridges.
Thank you. I've been informed in my years that there was a confusion with the program, so basically the plane is not late, so you will have more time to eat and to discuss further. But anyway, I'm turning to you if you have any more questions. If not, I'm having a closing question to all our three guests. And I will also ask Chris, and I will give you my phone to make some pictures because we need to document what's happening here. And while I'm on the stage, I cannot take pictures, so just sit there. There's the phone in my... There in the socket. Yeah, exactly there. It's 48 10 20. So yeah, all of it. 48 10 20. Yeah, it's my mom's birthday, so you know everything now. Yeah, oh, Europe live stream. Now you just need to steal my phone, basically. Yeah, turning to you. I would really ask a very simple question, is like, what is ECoC for you, individually? Stefan, what is ECoC for you?
When we try to define our vision, our organizational vision for the Cluj Culture Center, we tried to do it first during the bidding phase, and we couldn't. Then we knew what we wanted, but we couldn't find the vision statement. Then we tried it every year, again and again, during our annual planning. And the first time we managed to actually have a sentence written was 2 years ago. So 8 years after. And we say that we believe that culture makes the world humane. So for me, that's the biggest thing that ECoC is bringing to our city, because our cities are always full of this political energy to build infrastructure, roads, housing. It's a big economic conversation. You need to be trendy, you need to be green, you need to look good, you need to have employment. But there is no way, there is no room whatsoever for culture in this real big conversation, except for when ECoC pops in. When you join the ECoC competition, you suddenly have a huge trampoline to jump on and be as tall as the others. And this is the big opportunity that we have to bring cultural contribution to the cities we live in, to make them humane and not just functional, so to say.
Kelly?
Well, yeah, similar to what Stefan said, and for me, and I said it also before, it's about cultural democracy. For me, it's the main project that has to do with cultural democracy, with working with the people, with making visible the invisible, giving voice to the underrepresented, and renewing also the cultural sector, because it's true also that the cultural sector, let's say not the cultural sector, the art sector, that in many respects the art sector is kind of elite, many or very institutional, not that inclusive. So it's about inclusion, it's about accessibility, yeah, and it's about overall participation. For me, that's what I love in this project. Yeah.
Thank you, Anna.
And
yeah.
sorry, yeah. Or if I can put it in in a phrase, I would say that it is about artistic citizenship, which is, yeah.
Anna?
Yeah, again, a very big contradiction is in my head because on the one hand, I think that ECoC is also something that is subject to change. It used to be, let's say, a big festival presentation of our culture. Now, I think that more often than not, it's seen as some magic bullet for many problems to be solved, right? From social to, I don't know, urban to anything that hasn't been solved. So let's give an opera annual budget to a new NGO or a new culture institution, and it will solve everything, or at least that, yeah, we also promise it ourselves, and then we deal with these expectations that we create ourselves. But despite that, for now, I see ECoC as a project that demolishes these walls. This is what Kelly is talking about for us, and we also always repeated that KONES ECoC is about making everyone feel part of culture. That's why I think also that today's match is not only sport, it's also part of our culture, especially in today's example. So yeah, that's why it was also important for us to connect with the communities, connect with the sports community, connect with the neighborhoods, and open up these institutions, open up dialogue between culture organizations to make everything flow and be open and democratic.
Thank you very much for all of you and your contributions. I'm looking for a final question. If not, we can... Okay, let's go back to you. Nah, no worries. You still have the mic, so...
Something came to my mind, and I wanted to ask Anna about this, because you are actually European Capital of Culture in a very interesting moment and a place. Because here in 2022, that was the beginning of the war in Ukraine, very close to Kaliningrad, large Russian minority, maybe less than in Latvia, but still quite large. Has that moment influenced in any way your program and the whole thing that you were doing? How did it function in this new? Was this integration of Russian community part of your program? And especially that we know that Russia is actually investing lots of money in cultural war against our values, against European Union. So what part does it play actually in what was happening in Kaunas in 2022?
It was a difficult, of course, moment, and for everyone, I think. But we also had a chance, no? So even if the budget was planned to €1, we still had a major scene to talk about the war. We had still some opportunities to add what became a very important part in the program. It was a Ukraine Contemporary Art Triennial, which came to KONES due to our partnership with Lviv Culture Center. So it was a fantastic showcase of artistic works of Ukrainian artists who spoke also about, about war, about events in Ukraine, and it was an opportunity for us also to show it to the European public. And also, it was, I think, for us like a real example of how important a cultural project can be for integration or for cultural dialogue. So through these events, we could somehow make this integration of this whole new part of society be included in a more delicate way in KONES, in a very critical moment, in a very complicated moment for them.
Thank you. So let me conclude this second panel. And just what is coming up now, so we'll have lunch on the first floor, if I understood well. So it's 11 minutes past 1 o'clock. We shall meet back here at 2:30 to go to the final panel, which will be about what is an ECoC brand. So we'll go even deeper into this topic. So stay close. We'll see each other in approximately 80 minutes, and enjoy your meal and whatever.
Thank you.
Is that it? Yes, that's great. All right. Well, yes, what we are doing is trying to squeeze the minutes now for the afternoon so that we have a moment as well to have a little bit of a break, of a rest before we continue with the evening proceedings and dinner. So thank you for being all back here. I think we're having a day that is it's not like echo chambers, but it's a progressive rolling over this core question that is, do we or don't we have a brand in the ECoC program? And it's really interesting to see how our different speakers and moderators, it might feel that we are all saying the same thing. Actually, it's being said from slightly different angles. And I think it's really, really important that we keep covering on this issue, because although it might be feeling like it's exhausted, the truth is that it has been 40 years in the making and it has not yet been resolved. So obviously, there is something a bit tricky about this question. And certainly, we will not resolve everything today. So we do need each of you to make the contributions that you are making. We are going to have a rapporteur afterwards, so after this session, and I really look forward to the wrapping up. But I can assure you from this morning, I have already collected a very few fantastic quotes. There are some really very nice lines emerging. So this last session, we frame it as the future. No? It's about looking forwards and the future of this possible, complex, and always in the making notion of an ECoC brand. And we have here 4 different angles with very much of an expertise on communication and how we project stories. I would like to start with Stefan Stoyanov, who was deputy mayor at the time of Plovdiv in 2019. And since then, I mean, you have political roles, but also are within the business, no? So you are the CEO of an IT organization. So it would be good starting with you with the question. I mean, I don't know if you will surprise us and tell us something that is completely different from this morning, but I feel that in the room we are concluding that it's not very clear whether there is an ECoC brand as such. But then from your point of view, can there ever be one? Can the ECoC become a strong brand? And alongside that, when we're talking about European brands, what works or what doesn't when trying to establish a brand in these conditions, no? So across Europe, please.
Hey, thank you. Thank you for having us. We have this great label, European Capital of Culture, which means a lot. And it can be many different things. And in some cases that helps a lot, in some cases don't. So that's why this discussion is so important, to see what's next, what can be done. Of course, if you have a much clearer structure and reglement and path from European Commission, it will be much more easier. But let's step back first. This program is one of the famous programs for regional development, already 40 years. And every single European Capital of Culture benefit a lot. Some more, some less, but everyone is on plus. as we saw before an hour, many of the finalists in different countries, the smarter one, also added to their own regions on a good way. So we already have a great legacy. And in our case, and I'm sure that in many different cases is the same, we used this label and this program to give a visibility to our cities, which is really, really important. In our days, the main fight between the regions is about the talent. Which region will grow and which region and which city can attract more talents. This is the future, this is the present actually. And such an initiatives can help a lot. For Plovdiv, the winning was complete turning point. Gives us a chance to give a lot of positive emotion to our local people, but also gives us a great visibility that gives us a chance even to develop the economy. The business development, the service sector, the business service sector, even the industrial zones. It's funny, but yeah. Such a label helps us a lot to attract investors even. And I don't think last 10 years, we attract over 100,000 people that came in the region and now work and live there. So for regional authorities, these things matter a lot. Because at the end of the day, no matter it's culture, sport, social development or something else, it's all about economy and standard of living. That keeps people on the same place, that attracts people. So we have to be very careful what feedback can give back to the European Commission, what they have to do actually with this program.
These are, and I think there are points, because obviously I want to give the floor now to each of you, but that there are points that then we will come back afterwards, after the round, in terms of what you're saying on the talent and talent retention, and then that possibility of attracting investors, which makes me think of one area that has not been explored or exploited yet, which is how you associate the ECoC, or potential ECoC brand with the sponsorship deals, no? Which of course that has been key to the establishment of the Olympic Games as a really attractive package that comes with a series of sponsorship deals pre-negotiated. So whether that's something that would be desirable or not in the context of the ECoC, no? If you could have that. So maybe we can think that in the background is an important area to consider. I would like to move next into Nancy Brown, who took on the helm of ESH 2022 at a time of kind of crisis. This is an example of a European Capital of Culture project and initiative. It was a single candidate at the time. So there was no choices to be made, but obviously the panel decided to appoint the one candidate. And then a series of issues led to like almost the collapse of the team and the project. And then you have someone being landed, again, to save the brand, not to just save the day and protect resolve, make sure that things can be delivered. No? So really interesting experience in terms of how you protect the status. I mean, so far, that I think that I'm aware of, there have been no cancellations, there have been no forbidden projects so far in the almost 40 years of the initiative. No, with the Olympics, there were cancellations because of the world wars, etc., etc. With European Capitals of Culture, there has never been a no choice. No, it's like there has always been someone appointed, and no matter how much complexity is there in the management and leading to the process, there has always been an award of the Melina Mercury Prize. These things have never been denied. But what is the benefit or the challenge, no, of maybe not feeling threatened? If you don't feel that there is a risk that whatever you do, you will always have that, not how you protect that notion of quality thresholds. But beyond that, Nancy, what also has been exploring and experimenting on is whether there is room for protocol frameworks to be developed, and things like doing a handover ceremony, so to bring the different cities to, like happens with the with the Olympics and so on, to pass on the baton from one to the next and exploring this in Athens and in the Acropolis. So I would like to ask you, in terms of also your views on around what works or what doesn't work when trying to establish this an authoritative, trusted brand, and how the ECoC can achieve that or not. And what does the immediate future look like for ECoC branding? But also building on all of these experiences you're having, resolving crisis and also experimenting with protocol.
Okay, thank you for... Okay, thank you for the question. Yeah, I think you were talking about the crisis, and I don't want to say that now, 40 years after the initiative taken by Lina Mercouri, we are in a crisis, but some kind of, because we have seen it with the European elections now. I must admit, I was a candidate for the European Parliament, and culture was not really on the agenda. And I think this is a shame, because I think the future of Europe is depending on the culture of the European citizens, because it's our common basis. And with the ECoC, we have a tremendous, powerful instrument in order to celebrate or to put culture into the middle of our daily life. Actually, it's our daily life. But what is actually missing is, we mentioned already several times today, it's really the brand, because culture is, what is it, an ECoC, and what is it meant to be and to bring, and what is the return on investment? And people don't understand this. And I think this needs to be changed, and I think we have really to urge the European Commission to really put some focus on the status of culture in general. For example, I take Luxembourg. Luxembourg was 3 times European Capital of Culture. With ASH 2022, a tremendous chaos at the beginning, and I think a country should also have the right, or just take the courage to say, no, we are out, because we are not able to manage this. But, I mean, no one will do it. But I think, this has to be recognized. But I think it has also to be recognized by the different countries, the value of such a title or such a brand. For example, with ASH 2022 being the 3rd time European Capital of Culture in Luxembourg, and for those who know Luxembourg, it's a very small country, 650,000 citizens, and I still had to explain what is an ECoC and why is it so relevant. We had the first time in '95, and now all these years later, people don't make the relation to this 95. In 95, everything on the cultural level, everything was developed in Luxembourg. And what we are using, or the structures we were working with, well, they came up in 95. They were developed from 95 until now. But people don't make this connection to it. So I think we really need to have a strong brand. We have to develop a brand in order that people do really understand. Cities have a local logo or national, which is recognized as such, but the real storytelling about what is a European Capital of Culture and the good of it is not told. And I think this has to be really brought up at the European Commission in order to do that storytelling. Next to this, you mentioned the handover and the ceremonies and the closings. I have visited many different ECoCs. I was participating in different openings, and what I've seen, lovely, great events with a lot of emotions and so much personal investment, financial investment, etc. But for most of them, and I think I might also include ours in some kind, but in most of them, the European dimension was missing. I take the last one in Bad Ischl where I was. I don't want to criticize the event, but just to mention or to see, during this opening event, it was not mentioned there were partner cities, and it's a whole European project. It was very local and very nice, of course, but this European dimension was missing. And the worst of it was that well, I don't know how many of you have already met the European Commissioner for Culture. Well, we were lucky in Ash because we had the Vice President and the Commissioner because they were friends, or personal friends of our Prime Minister. So they decided to come. But in Bad Ischl, for example, as for most of the cities, the Commissioner just did send a video message. And what happened in Bad Ischl? I think there were some of you who were there. What happened? They showed this message just at the end of the whole show. People were already leaving the area, and then at some point I heard someone telling us something, and I'm like, what is this? What is this message? It was not just please be careful when leaving the grounds, but no, it was a European message from the Commissioner of Culture. Why did they put it at the end? Is that also a message? I think the European Commission should take this very seriously because it's not normal that the European Commission is not really involved in this whole ceremony and has no presence. On the other hand, developing a presence during these ceremonies is also very important because it's a great moment. It's a very important moment where the city with the mayor or is it the general director or whoever is receiving this diploma from the commission and is receiving this plaque in order to be put on a nice wall at the Ministry of Culture. I think there is also a whole process to be developed in how do you deliver this diploma, this plaque, in order to make it an important moment. And for most of these ceremonies, this important moment is not seen. And this is also a pity because actually it's about a European project. It's not about a national project. No, it's a European project. So also this, maybe in the immediate future, I think there should be some guidelines for the different ECoCs in order to, when they develop the choreography of the opening ceremony or even afterwards at the closing, that this part is taken a little bit more seriously because it's all about Europe, I think. And then just to add to this, why came we up in 22 with Novi Sad and Kaunas? Why came we up with this idea of setting up an official handover? It's just, I mean, also, I don't know, it's incredible that after nearly 40 years, there was this idea of doing an official handover, like you have it in the Olympic Games or you have it with a European Song Contest. We came up with this idea because this element was missing, because it's a very important moment when you're handing over a title or when you're handing over the torch, because this is bringing us to this red thread. Why are we doing this? How are we connected? And I think this is an important moment to show the connection between the cities, between the capitals. And it is very, very relevant that this has to be a single standing ceremony because it's the only topic in the agenda. And it's the moment when we can do some kind of debrief of what happened for those ECoCs handing over and giving already an overview of what will happen in the upcoming year. And this was an initiative because we saw the importance of such a moment. And we had also developed some kind of, brand or a graphic element with a trophy or with an art piece. So this might be actually the basis in order to develop a future brand of ECoC in general. But as this was an initiative from 3 ECoCs by that time, now to persuade the upcoming ECoCs of the relevance of this moment or of this event or eventually a tradition, this is becoming difficult because we here, or the 6 who did it the first time, were very, did recognize the relevance and the importance of it. But now to persuade the upcoming ones, do they see it the same. And it cannot be only due to the own willingness of several people to move on with this tradition. I think this has also to be in some kind institutionalized in order to make sure that with this idea will go on in the future. It's not because Novi Sad, Kaunas and Ash had this idea, but there is definitely this necessity to have this important moment in order to show and to communicate around this idea and what is our common mission and what is our common objective.
Thank you. Obviously, it's the whole notion of the importance of symbolic gestures, no? The symbolic gestures and continuity. How, with any initiative that you want to run deep and capture this common imaginary, you need that. You need the surprises, the surprise factor, but you need also the recognized gestures, the things. Well, you have mentioned the term choreography, no? And it's how you do those elements. What are the bits that you recognize, that you have been seeing? Oh, I remember, since I'm little, things that you see year on year. It really helps give depth at the same time as you keep innovating. So it's interesting and really one area that just keeps taking us back in. And by the way, on this whole notion of the handovers, we move on into the next intervention and the role of ECoC News as well as an initiative that also has been an initiative coming from one of the ECoCs, but that is trying to offer continuity, and you have been documenting and recording, and I think there is the material, no? So now there is at least one place where you might find all of these different moments, no? The symbolic gestures. I would like, yes, to give also the floor for some position statement from Maria Teresa Cascino. And you are, obviously, you were involved with Matera 2019, as well as Serafino Paternoster. You are the kind of duo. The duo, in your case, I mean, you're a journalist and publicist and consultant with marketing. And then you came up with this idea, no, to create an ECoC News platform. Again, something that is amazing that it had not happened before. But now there you are. And really, really interesting how in the last few years, no, you progressively carve a niche and how essential it is, the work that you're doing. The question I would like to ask you, well, again, there is this on whether the ECoC can become or not a strong brand, but also from a journalistic perspective, with the stories that you put together, how easy or not is it for these stories to be taken by the mainstream media? Because obviously you are there, very niche, but obviously what you would want is to be syndicated and to get, the Euronews or Arte or indeed any other large platforms to pick up your story. So can you tell us a bit on how you see this, the possibilities or the challenges?
Thank you very much. I'm really glad to be here with you to share our experience. Well, first of all, I want to answer your question about the future of ECoC brand. Of course, if we have created ECoC News, it's because we are filling a gap. So the brand of the ECoC is not really a brand, it's just a logo. It's a logo, it's an hologram, we will say, because it's just a flag with some text, European Capital of Culture, and that's it. It doesn't really talk, it doesn't involve anybody, it has no passion, and so we wanted to give a voice to this wonderful project that belongs to all of us. So we invented ECoC News just after the pandemic, and actually the idea came up during a meeting together with other communication managers coming from all the other ECoCs during 2015 in Matera, and we were all sharing problems and issues related to the communication problems about ECoC brand and about the need to empower the communication of the ECoC program. After a few years and after the pandemic, we decided, actually Nino is the one that really makes everything, Serafino Paternoster, my husband too, and since that moment we have collected a lot of articles, press release, contributions, interviews, and so we give the voice to the European Capital of Cultures. It's a very important tool, and it's a very important platform, since it's the only one on. It's just a real newspaper that has been created for the reason to give awareness and prestige to the program. So we are like branded journalists from like an enterprise point of view. That's what we really do, because we enrich the contents related to European Capital of Cultures. Of course, we do not have the strand of a broadcaster, so we can not give all the information that we get to other newspapers or radio or TV broadcasters, but we are still there, and an article gets read by 2,000 people. We are increasing the number of followers on Instagram and Facebook, almost 2,000 for Facebook, and the audience comes from Europe, 70%, and 30% comes from Italy. We publish a press release coming from European Capital of Cultures, articles and contributions and interviews. So we just give voice to the people involved in this project. It's not our real job, so it's like an hobby, but it's one of the best hobby that we could ever chosen, because it's like a sense provider. Because since the logo or the brand of the ECoC is still kind of empty, we are trying to fill it with our project.
Yes, and interesting, obviously, yes, you have the Italian base, because you publish both in English and Italian, or is it English the focus is?
It's in English.
In English straight away, and that's it, that is the... So, to round up, we come to our fourth panelist, that is like the outsider. So Helen Palmer, again, communication specialist, someone that I have known for quite a few years, and it was through another major event, in this case the Commonwealth Games in Manchester back in 2002, that for the first time developed quite an ambitious cultural program. And Helen was involved in this, again, in terms of the positioning of something that is like, you maybe know the brand of what the Commonwealth Games was, but why do you have a cultural edge there? And obviously, since then, you have your own consultancy and working with communication and strategic advocacy. So again, in terms of, and obviously the development of cultural marketing. So I thought it was valuable within a day like this to have this external eyes, someone that has not really been working hands-on on European capitals of culture. Obviously, it's the neighbor and rival to Liverpool, so Manchester knew that Liverpool had European capital of culture, but well, there is love-hate between the two cities. And you were not directly involved in any of that at the time in 2008. So the questions that would be good to get your reactions on had to do about this other key reference out there. So when we think of the ECoC brand and its challenges, how does it compare with the challenges of other major cultural and art festivals? What could be adapted or improved on? Or are there examples of other initiatives that could be relevant or useful? And what kind of brand, which is also we will expand further altogether, makes sense in 2024? And obviously, the notion of branding and the way it has been done with the events that we started in at the beginning of today are brands that have been developed over the last, in some cases it's 100 years in the going, but mostly it's the last 30 years. It's mostly from the 90s onwards. So we are now in a very different era of communication. No? We have the AI tools that are now probably writing and interpreting press releases as we speak, and really fast micro blogs. No, it's not just about 1 minute; it's about seconds. How do you develop and establish that in that context?
Thanks, Beatrice. I don't think I can answer all of those questions. I could probably pose more questions. Thank you so much for inviting me to be part of this, especially as an outsider. You've all made me feel incredibly welcome. I've worked on a number of major festivals and events, ones that have come with a very specific brand and toolkit, like Commonwealth Games, which is like an Olympics. Very like European Capital of Culture in that there's a designated cultural program. There's no budget attached to it, but you have to use and profile all of the sponsors, which is quite tricky when you're working with so many different cultural organisations who have got their own relationships as well. I've also been involved in developing new festival brands, like I was part of the team that set up Manchester International Festival, which was a direct legacy of the Commonwealth Games and the cultural programme Culture Shock that I worked on. I've also had the experience of being part of something that was used as a political football. So some of you may have heard of Unboxed. Some nods. So Unboxed was the full title, Unboxed Creativity in the UK. It was a festival in 2022. Unfortunately, it earned the label of the Brexit Festival from a right-wing MP, and it was picked up by the media, and it never really shook off that label. And to be involved in one of the 10 commissions where you're being attacked from the left wing and the right wing was quite extraordinary. I've never had that experience before, and hopefully we'll never have that again. And I think you have to be very careful when you talk about branding on a national international level in how it can be used in as a political weapon. And we're seeing that toxic discourse happening around culture. It's particularly bad in the UK at the moment. Hopefully in the next few weeks we may have a change in government, we may start to see a bit of a change, but culture is on the front line. And often it's artists, who Chris was saying this morning, who are wanting to tell these stories that are often challenging. And it becomes quite difficult within a construct that has a government association where there's that fear of criticism. I think as an outsider and in a country that can't bid to be a European capital of culture now, thanks to the ridiculous decision to leave the EU. If you look at Leeds, who were bidding and then couldn't bid, and they decided instead of abandoning that, they would still run a year of culture, because for them they saw the value of doing something on that scale. But of course, it didn't get the same kind of profile because it didn't have that designation. And the designation of European Capital of Culture clearly has so much value to the places that are bidding. Now, interestingly, it does depend on why places are bidding for any kind of major festival and designation. And I've seen places, particularly in the UK, throw their hat in the ring just to be in the ring, knowing they have no hope of winning and not really putting the resources in place to have a hope of winning, but they know there's a benefit from that process. And particularly when you're looking at second and third tier cities who don't get the profile, who don't get the attention, who struggle to generate investment. It's how they see culture as that regeneration tool. Liverpool still talks about the impact of its 2008 European Capital of Culture and traces everything back to that moment. So the reason it was successful with the Eurovision was directly as a result of the confidence it had built as a city. And Claire McColgan, the Director of Culture, was just saying this on Monday at an event that I was at. So I'm quoting Claire, this is not me talking down Liverpool as a Mancunian. She said it was a basket case of a city. And what European Capital of Culture did was give the people the confidence back in their city. And you can still get in a taxi now, and a taxi driver will still talk to you about it that far in advance. That's very difficult to, and Beatrice has done the longitudinal study for Liverpool. Those things are quite difficult to capture in that sense of pride and what that does for people and the place. But of course, there's so many places that are bidding for economic reasons. And so that designation gives them status to be able to get into the room with people that they wouldn't, people, organizations, funders that they wouldn't ordinarily be able to get into the room with. And it gives them a place at the table within their own country to say, actually, we are a cultural destination. Because so many of these places would not necessarily have classed themselves or been perceived as a cultural destination before going through this process. So for me, looking at it as an outsider, in thinking about the brand, how you articulate the values of the brand so that not just those of us who choose to work on one of these kinds of projects or more, lots of you worked on multiple, is what does it mean for artists? What does it mean for audiences? What does it mean for residents? Why should they care? Why should they want to be part of this kind of process? And what will it mean for the long term? I think we, in bidding for all these kinds of designations, we set ourselves up sometimes to fail in that we cannot manage the expectations that we raise. So we're going to look at skills and talent development. We're going to regenerate this part of the city. We're going to include all of these communities. We're going to leave a lasting legacy. This is generational change. And European capitals of culture are trying to do this on less than a commercial brand would spend on a new product launch. So we need to be realistic about that. And I think what happens is often, and this is where the politics comes in, where they're used as a political vehicle, sometimes for good and sometimes for bad. But the values around authenticity and diversity and inclusion and belonging and creativity are so fundamental to the European story of cultural democracy, which is under threat at the moment. We're seeing with the European elections, what's happening here in the UK, and the role that culture plays, and we really mustn't lose that. And I think for ECoC has this incredible story and narrative over 40 years, but you'd be hard-pressed to find that, and knowing where to go for information, or even to get the basic statistics to be able to say, wow, look at what it has achieved. You name me another program on that scale that has achieved what the European Capital of Culture has achieved. So I think there's yes, I totally agree that there is a need to think about what does the brand mean, what does it mean today, how does that relate to why it was set up in the first place, and what could it mean for the future going forwards?
Thank you very much, Helen. And yes, you have, again, we have many new keywords emerging. And maybe I would want to bring now then Stefan back in on this. I mean, this whole notion of, yes, of the political weapon and the expectation management. I mean, this point, I mean, I have also been a lot of discussions around the notion of what is a mega event, because now there is the trend to refer to European capitals of culture as if they were mega events. And you say, well, an Olympic Games is a multi-billion operation. European capitals of culture are barely 30 to 50 million euro, if that. And you're trying to attempt generational change. How do we do with that? This kind of mega expectation of life-changing moments, but with resources and environments that have nothing to do with even product launches, you know, at the kind of Coca-Cola or any other big brand. How do you see that?
One of the problems that we don't have a clear brand is that all the expectations of the audience, of the local people, are on top of the project. And you know that better than me. So, from the political point of view, if you want the title, for sure, probably you will win the elections. But after the year, But for sure, you will lose them after the year. So, this is more or less the political weapon. So, so in every case, we have to be much more practical. This is what the scenario in Liverpool. The British are much more practical than the common European. So we can learn from that. So it's completely impossible to manage all these expectations because the label is huge, but behind is, I don't know, it's different for everyone. So we have to think about that, how to deal with these expectations, and we don't have to simplify the brand to make it very simple, because we will lose everything. It's danger for that also. I was wondering how actually this successful program for European Union, in the end of the day, combines so much negative emotion. Why is that? Maybe we missed something in communication.
There's no story. Many stories, no, where there is too much noise. And then it gets into this individual experience. So you have your moments, your moment, but it's fragmented, no? So, and that's, yeah, it's an interesting one. Because yes, when we talk, the negative emotions you associate it to what? In terms of what the teams go through, or sometimes the media, you get the media storms. Because it's a roller coaster.
During the year, there is a huge fight in most of the cities. It's an incredible fight. 5 years after we was European Capital of Culture, I can say that we have amazing successes in tourism. I don't know, we have 5 times more tourists. We have huge investments in tourism. We have very well developed economy in the region. We have fastest growing city in the country last 5 years. Things like that. But still we have fights for the year, for the opening, for the closing, for everything, for the program. Even more, still most of those events that happened during the 19 are still existing. So the program continued growing and things like that. But after the year, I can say that, yeah.
It's a bit like childbirth, no? You just forget all the things. Wonderful, it was wonderful. It's this amazing thing, how our memory goes. And Claire McColgan is a good example in Liverpool, because now it's all very shiny, but it was really, really tough. So Nancy, obviously you have been telling us, and especially with the elements, no, around the protocol and symbolic sides, but Stefan had started also with this notion of how you bring in the investors and the sponsors. What do you think of that, of the idea of trying to develop some kind of a sponsorship program around an ECoC? Would that be a good idea, a bad idea? Is that dangerous in terms of making this a bit too instrumental? I mean, in terms of, yeah, the success of creating a strong brand that might come with the support of big organizations. I'm wondering, I mean, in fact, this is I'm bringing to all of you, is if we wanted to be serious on the branding model, again, what are the reference? And if it's possible, yeah, to attract the investors and so on. I mean, maybe it's both of you, but I wonder your take on that, whether it's to be careful what you wish for, or...
Well, the experience I made with ASH is when you're going to see sponsors, don't talk about Europe, don't talk about culture, don't talk about arts. Because they don't understand it, as a lot of people don't understand, because this was, at the very beginning, I was always saying we have a problem with the title, because there's culture in it and there's Europe in it, and this blocks. And so many people are not interested or think they they don't have anything to do with Europe or culture. And if you bring still arts with it, I mean, there's, oh, no, it's not my cup of tea. So I think there are two elements. So first, the brand, because then when we have a clear brand, a clear vision and a mission, they can understand when you talk really in terms of, well, they are entrepreneurs. They're investing money and they want a return. It's clear. I mean, otherwise they don't give you money because it's very difficult also for them to earn the money. So they want to know what is happening to this money and how will I get the return and how will this return look like. What we did, for example, in Ash was we were creating this Business for Culture Club. So we had a basic strategy where putting a logo and how often sponsors are mentioned in the different media elements or communication elements. And then, on the other hand, the most important thing was we had this white paper and we were writing down what they were expecting from their investment or from the project and how they could help us in bringing not only money, but also in terms of how we can develop audience with the help of these sponsors, because they have their employees where they are who they are talking to, they have their clients who they are talking to. So we would never been able to develop a communication strategy in order to really attract all these people. But with the help of these sponsors, well, it's possible. But for that, they really need to understand the concept and what is in it for them. And I think another element was also this social responsibility. I think this is also an element also for the future, which is relevant for them to understand and how they can use it in order to follow their responsibilities they have in society. So I think it's very important to develop a strategy in order to address yourself to potential sponsors, because with the 1.5 million from the European Commission, I mean, we all know it. It's like a drop on a warm stone. So it doesn't really help. So we need the contribution of local governments, of course, but also of the sponsors in the different cities or countries. And we had another element which was important, I think, in this Business for Culture Club. We, as an association, got some money for the general project, but most importantly, we connected different companies with different organizations to support these projects for the year. And the idea was also thinking in a sustainable way, is that these partnerships elaborated for the ASH 2022 project could be developed further on after the year, so that these structures, associations or artists could have still the help of these sponsors in the future. And so this is what we try to explain is you don't get the return on the investment you don't see it on the 31st of December 2022, but you will see it years later when you keep on supporting the sector, the cultural sector, the artists, the institutions and the associations. And when you're talking in this way to these entrepreneurs, it's a different idea, and they persuade the project in a different way, because for them also it's an agenda of different events for 365 days and nothing else. They don't perceive it really as a project, and you have to sell it as a project. And with the title here, it's the first chapter of a long story, of a big book, and they want, at the end, they want to be part of it. They want to be part of the success of this. And they will be also responsible for the legacy afterwards. So, yeah, I think you have to have a strategy to address yourself to these sponsors in order to have a legacy and a sustainable project afterwards.
Was I seeing? Yes.
Yeah, I was just going to
yes.
say, having been through a process when we set up Manchester International Festival in bringing in major sponsors, I echo a lot of what Nancy was saying. what was interesting in how we worked was the association with place and the values of Manchester as a place. The values are around innovation and risk-taking, and that really helped to shape the kinds of sponsors that we went after. And in a very cynical way, the sponsors who wanted to get into Manchester, because they saw it as a place of growth, and they wanted a place at the table, and they wanted to be seen to be associated with something that the local government was backing, and it was a vehicle to be able to do that. And like Nancy said, it wasn't really the culture, because actually it was all new work, so we couldn't really tell them much about the work because it was all being developed from scratch. But what I'm seeing now, of course, with major festivals is you only have to look at what's happened with Baillie Gifford and literature festivals in the UK, that they've now withdrawn sponsorship from the majority of the literature festivals because of criticism from artist activist groups, because they are a company that works with investors who are investing in fossil fuels. So we're seeing now so many festivals and major events that have got long-term relationships with sponsors that are now coming under threat, as that level of investigation around values, because it does come back to brand values and those associations. And if a festival is not upfront about that they are falling prey to those activists, and it could be to do with, we're seeing the same with Israel and Palestine and the impact there, or Russia and Ukraine, and how the political dimension is now so at the forefront. I mean, I've never written so many crisis communication plans for festivals, events, cultural organisations, and rewritten them as I have in the last few years. We're living in a very different and sensitive environment now, and culture is often the first ones to be attacked.
Yeah, I just would like to add something about the relationship with sponsors. For us, for example, we have raised €3.5 million through sponsorships, and €1.5 million was raised by in-kind stuff given by the sponsors. That was very important, because not only money, but they were giving us some goods, or wine, for example, cookies, coffee, cars, and that was very nice, because they were giving part of themselves, not only money, and in change of visibility, exposure, because of course we were calculating everything, and but that kind of involvement was very interesting, and was achieving something more, especially for those kind of sponsors that are very sensitive about culture, such as Intesa San Paolo, which is a bank that really invests in culture. So they wanted to sponsor, for example, a show just paid by them, together with La Scala di Milano. So very important and high-level classical music show. So it depends, but of course it's a challenge. It's a challenge to keep them even after the European Capital of Culture. And it's something that you should do, because it's a way to capitalize the investment that has been done. And one of the smartest things that we have done, thanks to the money raised through the sponsors, was investing in communication, because we have bought 5 TV episodes on Euronews, which is one of the most important European broadcasters. And so 5 episodes about Matera, Go Matera, and also the opening ceremony and the closing ceremony were followed by the journalists coming from Euronews, and the episodes were broadcasted all over Europe, 21 countries in 12 languages, and the sponsors, of course, were exposed in the last screen, in the last slide of the advertising. So that was our experience. So if you decide to have sponsors, just well, of course, you're gonna ask for private money. It's a good way to split and to ask for financial resources and in kind, because you can get more.
And I mean, what is interesting about this conversation is also how it helps you focus. When you have to think of the sponsors, I mean, earlier this morning, I mean, we have been talking in very broad terms, but now when you are dealing with, in terms of thinking again, the brand values, and to go back into something that you can really sell in some way, but it also helps you with the core and the essence. No, it really is, it's a useful exercise that goes both ways, because it's that you want to be associated with the sponsors that will not affect your reputation, obviously. So they need to have very strongly defined core values. And they also need to feel that obviously by supporting you, they are not damaging their own. It has to go both ways. So I think these are the kinds of exercises that within the European Capital of Culture program is necessary to confront in ways that at times on the public, the local authorities, you just don't feel you have to go into that, the soundbite and be very, very clear to help you also understand what it's all about. No, it's like, what is this all about? I think probably we have still a few minutes to open up. I mean, I don't know if there was a point that you wanted to make. You want to jump, or are you okay if we, make a point, and if you have questions, I can take some from the floor. Yes.
We were talking about this thread and how you create that. Just as interest, on Monday I was at a report launch in London for a report called Creating the Golden Thread. And this has come off the back of a national inquiry into major events in the UK from 2022, where we had Birmingham Commonwealth Games and Cultural Programme, we had the Jubilee, we had Unboxed. There were a number of major events that happened that year, and the government was struggling to see where the connection was in how they were all helping to deliver to a national remit. And the report that has come out now, which is on the Spirit of 2012 website,
legacy of the Olympics,
yes.
The Olympic Games in 2012 in London.
Tries to answer that question, and what is that golden thread? And there are 12 areas, and I won't remember them all, but they include things like economic value, as you would imagine, but the soft power, the connecting communities, diversity, inclusion, social impact, a lot of those things are within the 12. In a way, I haven't really heard that being talked about at a national level before. But it also calls for an evaluation framework that looks at 5 key outcomes. Not to say that whatever, and this is not just culture actually, this is music, this is sport, events as well, but 5 key outcomes so that each of those events can be reporting back on those key outcomes to help to tell a story over a long period of time, to be able to benchmark effectively. Now, any event can create additional elements to their evaluation framework, but the idea is that there is a core that every major event would then use. Now, this, of course, will depend on whether an incoming government will take that report on. But there's certainly something there that is the first time we've had that at that level before.
And is that how this happens at the, again, UK level, how this could happen across Europe is the similarity of this, what is the common thread? Do we have questions from the floor? I wonder how are we doing? Yes, Anna. We share, yes, a microphone.
Thank you. Just an improvisation, and because I was imagining, and thinking what connects those events that Beatriz, you were showing us examples in your introductory speech, right? So we have sport events, European sport events, we have Eurovision or Venice Biennial. In each of them there is a competition moment and a place for each country of Europe or some recognition for everyone. So I thought, what could be the format for European Capital of Culture? Have any one of you thought about that? Maybe there should be a tradition that is kept in each of the cities getting the title.
It's a really interesting point. In terms of having the moment of the communal moment, no? When you want to see, okay, how have we fared? How do we do? It's really the element around the competition, the friendly competition amongst countries, because one thing is obviously the candidatures, that's one thing. But then once within the year, whether you can have like the showcase or like with the expo, no? Whether you can have the different pavilions, how you represent or have different conversations of Europe, and for that to be part of the program is a really interesting point. Because yes, many of these events, I mean, they share that. Is this when you are really curious, no? Like now we were talking about this, but there's the football tonight. There is this moment, no? This mixture of rivalry, of coming together, no? You really want to see what has been going on, how have you fared. Yes, interesting point. And I don't know how that could be adapted within or whether it's how we see it, no? In terms of also contributing to just generating the moment. We have the element, obviously, also of the ceremonies, no? So it's like that, within the ceremonies, whether you could have quizzes, like a quiz, what can you recognize, what country was there? I mean, you could have games, there is obviously the ECoC game that Matera invented, which I should have brought, and we should have had a moment here to play it all together. But yeah, there is an element of that, of ensuring that also a common thread within these kinds of initiatives involve that. Yes, Helen.
Oh, it is on. It's almost like creating some strategic pillars through the year where there are those moments to connect very clearly to the bigger picture, and also opportunities with the three places, because that's something that seems quite disconnected. I know some of you have actually made those connections anyway, but you don't have to. But where you've got some moments that everybody knows are going to come, and you'll do them in your own way, but it just helps to give a bit of structure, because a year is a long time to maintain momentum and profile, and especially when you're not the only place that is the European Capital of Culture that year.
Which is the date, no? With the handover, the idea is to fix a date, and it's every year on the same date. So you remember. Now, should there be an ECoC day? So there is that day where tune in, every year there is going to be this moment that you have this conversation. What's going to happen? But you need to generate, because you need to generate the expectation in a way that is less complex to manage than the other big expectations with citizens. It's just, oh, yeah, who has it this year? But you need to tune in some way. Yeah, and I don't know, maybe I bring you, and I don't know if Stefan, you also want to comment something. You want? Yes?
I was wondering why the European Commission is not investing in communication about the ECoC. Do we know it?
Capacity. It's capacity. And it's that issue, because at the moment, and that's only a personal a view that obviously we have to keep deconstructing, it's an action. Obviously, this is a cultural action, and obviously it's there within a framework, and it's a matter of administration, but it's not really embedded within the marketing and communications framework for the Union. Obviously, we see now Instagram, it's growing, because actually in terms of Brussels and how the European institutions promote themselves, this is also quite new for them. That's where the whole Brexit shock, it really came out of lack of expertise in telling the story of Europe. because obviously Europe is functioning, but through the administrative procedures, it's doing quite a lot, but through the kind of text that we saw earlier, no? The way that it's a very dry description about rules and regulations, there is not enough time for the magic, you know, how do you... So it's very interesting to see how social media platforms have evolved in terms of telling the story. If you follow Instagram, how you get the little jokes or the country, I mean, they try, but they are not broadening it up enough to deal with the different assets and programs. It's interesting to compare with Erasmus, no? So how Erasmus is positioned and so on, and what is necessary for an action such as the European Capital of Culture program. So that there are no people that have that in their agenda. It's not part of their job description. And
can we propose a manifesto or something in order to fill this gap?
Today it's a bit about that, no? And it's started, you know, because but making it easy is just what has to be done is quite simple. It's just that it has to be done, and it needs to have the approval and the backing of the central institutions. It cannot just be up to each individual, not having the hobbies, as you say, that because we enjoy it, because that goes away and it just lasts for as long as you have the time to do it. It needs to be centrally accepted, but what needs to be done is not rocket science, you know? I mean, I think we all keep coming back to the same points. That's why it will be interesting to see, you know, in terms of how we summarize the points from the day. And saying, and yes, and maybe I would like to give you, yes, a final word from each of you in terms of what is emerging out of today. I think, yes, we don't have time for more questions from the floor, but I would like maybe a final point in terms of what you see, in terms of the call for action, at a time when it should become, well, if we don't do it ourselves, it will be done by any kid from a university, you know, with the AI thing. Now they will create those versions of brands, but the knowledge that we all have and the frustrations that have been shared for so many years, how to resolve it into just a very clear proposal that is very easy to enact. Yeah, maybe we start, maybe Stefan, you start, and then we go for, if you have any final thought or point in terms of what today makes you think of.
I totally agree that the European Commission have to step in much more, to give much more attention to this program. And maybe it's a good idea to spend more money, but this is not the crucial thing, actually. To give more visibility to such a program, because in the countries that they have to elect 4th or 5th capital of culture already, they really lost the emotion. I'm sure about that. So, and yeah, I'm sure that this program will continue and have a bright future. They already done a great job. So many cities, so much successes, everything. One of the good examples how the European Union can manage this process, or didn't manage too much, but it works somehow. And yeah, but the times are different, a little bit different, and culture have to be more understandable for the audience, for the people, because in some cases, it's too abstract, too vital. So yeah, thank you once again for the invitation and for this very important discussion all day.
You have a final remark, Nancy, and then we will do Maria Teresa and Helen.
Yeah, I think I mentioned it already several times. For me, the European Union is a union of institutions and of economics, but it's not really a union of people and shared values. And if we don't take this really seriously in the upcoming years, the shift we see today in Europe will even go faster. And I think one of the most important remedies against this is culture. And I think the Commission, the Union, has to take this topic very seriously. And it's about money. it's definitely about money. You see how much money is invested in other programs. We take agriculture, there are other programs which are important, but culture is important as well. We mentioned this 1.5 million for each ECoC. There is the Creative Europe program, a ridiculous 2.5 millions, or how much? Yeah, it's a very small amount compared to other programs. And I think the future or the next commissioner for culture, I think we definitely need to take an appointment with him or with her in order to address this point seriously, because if they don't take it seriously now, well, I don't want to see how we'll talk about this topic in the next 40 years.
I think that we should create a lobby. The only way is to go to Brussels and to work with lobbyists, because that's the way they put stuff in the regulations. So there is no time to waste, because it's already wasted a lot. 40 years and we're still talking about this. I mean, it's incredible, no? And so we should write a manifesto. We can use ECoC News to spread this voice, and I think that we should really get into it as a cultural activist. Let's write a manifesto.
Do you think we have a chance as an outsider looking outside? What do you think?
Well, that's difficult to answer. I think you have to try. I think, you know, the European Union is getting incredible value for its limited investment. And the thing is, at the moment, they're on a win-win, aren't they? They're not putting much money in, and they're getting huge value and profile. But I do think that now is the time to take charge of the narrative. If what happened in the UK is a warning of not taking charge of the narrative and looking at the misinformation about the EU and what can happen, that would be my real kind of warning, really, is the importance of the narrative and the understanding of the narrative and the value that is associated, what it has achieved and what it could achieve, and with a bit more investment, think what it could achieve. And I think that's part of that that lobbying that needs to be done.
Thank you very much. So, well, I would like just to show appreciation for the fantastic panel that we have had. Call for action. So what we have now requested is to have Andras to do a final kind of a little wrap-up. He has been taking notes. He might tell us back, you know, bring back the other side of the mirror in terms of what there's a novel, that's it, to wrap up a bit the day. And then I think we will have Rafael for a moment just to tell us in terms of the context of what might be happening next. So please, I mean, we can now get back to the floor and
so first of all, I am not AI, hence whatever conclusions I might draw out from what has been heard might be wrong, so correct me. Second of all, I will not read everything, but I will send it to our hosts, to our chief moderator, and then we'll see what we can take on. So I will just try to tell some of the things you actually told, and maybe to use it as a kind of form of reflection about what has been happening today. So Beatriz has introduced the topic, 40 years history, 73 cities. But then the question is, what is ECoC as a brand? She showed us several other logos and brands which made us put or think about 4 questions, which were, I think, relevant. What are the top of the mind associations? So how we associate the word, do we associate ECoC? What images come to mind when we are speaking about ECoC? What memories come into our minds? and what additions can we think of regarding these ECoCs. So then we developed these ideas in a way or another further. So I just read you some quotes from some of the people from the first panel, which was about what is the ECoC. Sarah said, major strength of ECoC is interconnectivity between cities, indestructible web of connections, she said. Chris, it is not a simple question that we agreed on, probably. Problem is not defined like the Olympics. The brand is always there to be discovered with each edition, which was, I think, a very strong quote. Allowing people and empathies to connect. Remember the hedgehog, remember the moms and the 5-year-old kid. And also the prison guy from Wrocław. So Beatriz was arguing against, saying that she still thinks you can brand it. So there was Eurovision didn't have a slogan until just recently, united by music. So the ECoC brand needs to go towards also this way, a motto, a sentence, a clearer definition, whatever. If sports can do it, nature can do it, we can also do it. Yes, then we went further, a little bit deeper, like a more theoretical way, like, do we like to be European or do we not like to be European? The issue of thinking about ourselves, always wanting to bring in Europe or send message out to Europe, while we don't consider that we are actually Europe, so we are within this whole story. Chris was arguing that we need to strengthen the brand, but around stories. Like we tell our stories to Europe, our story contributes to the European story. Then we went a lot deeper into measuring success. Remember the story from Marseille? National newspapers, local newspapers, telling a whole different story about the same thing with the opening event, because it was just different perception, because there weren't agreed elements of how you measure success in this case. But obviously, we went into more detail. Sarah said there is no single way of measurement, but it's very interesting that still some of the results are still unfolding, like in Novi Sad, going for the UNESCO Creative Cities label. So things are still evolving. This actually came back a lot of times later on, if you remember. A lot of other people also saying that some of the results are still unfolding, in Plovdiv, for example. So ECoC in non-EU cities, this was a specific aspect, opened a lot of borders. So there were physical borders. Actually, the ECoC managed to go beyond them and created a lot of connections. On the artistic concepts, like, by the way, stories and each of the editions, some cities are going to have this artistic concept which goes through the whole story, but then others have some different approaches while adapting to how the whole European capital of culture is unfolding, because the discussion was that it's not just a one-off event or something which is happening on a shorter time frame, but it is actually taking a long time. So yeah, centralized brand and logo. We have the European Union logo, which is not associated to the European capital of culture, so the discussion also went into this. This was coming back in also later panels like this, the fact that ECoC currently is an administrative process. This is what I wrote down. So it's not considered as a big program, but it is something in Creative Europe, which is just a process which needs to be handled by somebody. And therefore, there is no specific separate branding. It goes into the central commission and the union communication. Okay. Finally, there were some things like, okay, how UK managed to create the UK City of Culture, which is a national one, or how some of the UK cities who were ditched from the whole bidding process managed to take the legacy still on. And then I just wrote down the final key question, like, will we do the things we do without having this title? So it's like I wrote it as a key question, okay, will we do this if there weren't a title which was invented basically 40 years ago? And if yes, or if not, what could we do with this? Okay. Again, this was a conclusion from at least two panels on the ECoC brand. Cities, candidates, winners, platforms need to assume an effort towards decision makers that the brand is needed. So it's, by the way, the manifesto discussion which came back also in the third panel. Second panel notes, that was a little bit harder because I was also moderating. But I tried to capture some of the ideas, basically some examples, obviously from Elefsina, from Kaunas, from Cluj, and Larnaca as an addition. Finding a balance between stories is essential in the Cluj story. multiple points of view, how you can integrate them, being flexible enough and being able to accept all these voices which are coming in, with the thing with two rival groups which then managed to be merged into one single story. It was a story about differences, so remember the differences like ethnic ones, social ones, economic ones, the homegrown Cluj people and the people coming in from other parts because it's a university city. And then we also addressed in Cluj how the plan B was deployed. So at the moment when we found out that Cluj is not winning the title, how decision makers who were committed to following up even not winning the title was actually put in practice and how this is still taken further. LF-Sina story, the typical underdog, there was one concept which was developed for the bid. Then, as you remember, the discussion evolved into how the bidding concept was absolutely not used in the implementation phase. So it's a very good thing of considering it because of various political and other policy decisions about the fact that this needs to be something which is marketable, more attractive from a touristic perspective. Although, obviously, Kelly thinks that it wasn't supposed to be changed, so it's something which can be considered later on. You remember the Kaunas story, the temporary and the contemporary thing, and how Kaunas needed to communicate something towards a public which was local and maybe within the country, and a completely different story to the European public, and how these two things could be merged, while Kaunas not being New York or Dubai or whichever city was named also in that discussion. What Stefan thinks is that ECoC creates a context through which culture is brought into the mainstream agenda. So that is providing you a situation when you can address decision makers and somehow culture comes up higher into the priorities. So it's a way to actually promote some of the key important things on the cultural perspective. And also it is allowing to give voice to some culture actors which might not be able to raise their voices in other, let's say, more standard circumstances. Kelly said that just winning the title for LF-Sina was a big success, so you need to capitalize on the fact that you actually won the title. Anna said that minds changed in Kaunas, so there was ECoC actually created a narrative for change. This is what I understood at least, that Kaunas is fresh, is not Vilnius, so it's a differentiation from the main capital, and somehow taking that narrative further and maybe lessen this temporary capital thing, which is still sometimes appearing when somebody refers to Kaunas. In Cluj's case, very specific, is the focus wasn't on creating new things, new events, new places, new whatever, but basically to capitalize on the fact that there is a lot of culture, production and activity happening, so one needs to consolidate the work of those existing initiatives and not creating something new, because this is the situation and this is the way you can best use your resources and allocate it. Yes, and Kelly brought in the topic of European dimension, like this cultural democracy. So we don't emphasize enough on the fact that after World War II, a lot of things we managed to pull out or pull off together, and we need to tell this story and repeat this story and basically make us aware again of the fact that we managed to go through a lot of things in the last maybe 75, 80 years. So it is something to which, and where we can use cultural democracy a lot. Okay, and finally, ECoC, what is ECoC for each of the panelists there? There was a lot of things. Stefan had a strong sentence saying, a way to make the world humane, if you remember, and basically working on this, like, okay, using culture in a way to become more humane, connect various bubbles. Cultural democracy came up again, working with people, making the invisible more visible, and have a voice for the underrepresented in the process. But it was also a little bit about artistic citizenship, the fact that ECoC is demolishing some walls and basically making everyone being part of culture. So finally, in the third panel, I wrote down some things. Stefan said this thing that ECoC is a label, so it is given as a label, but it can mean many different things. So it can mean a lot for some, and it can mean absolutely nothing for others. So this is something which needs to be considered. It's a fact that it is visibility for the winning cities, but he said that in the context of ECoC as also being a tool for regional development, it is a fight among cities for talent. So basically, cities fighting for the talent is something which, in his opinion, defines if it's a city is growing or declining today and in the immediate future. Nancy was then looking into. She put a very good question: is ECoC in a crisis or not? 40 years on. Then there was another discussion also, I think, coming from her, that if we don't do something, we will not have another 40 years for this program or for this title. But she referred also to the fact that culture wasn't present at all on the agenda related to in the recent electoral period. So it wasn't on the agenda of decision makers, campaigns, and so on and so forth. Then we had a lot of examples and some things related to ASH in Luxembourg, and how the European Commission needs to do more of a storytelling about the thing. Like, for example, ASH was missing the European dimension very much, but also the example of Bad Ischl came up, where also I think there was the commissioner's speech, or the commissioner's message at the end of the event. So okay. Yeah. So it was a conjuncture, basically. Yeah, Helen also referred to various things, like how Leeds took up the challenge to still do the City of Culture program, implementing this Year of Culture while not having the title, not even being able to find out if one was winning or losing. But also the fact that Liverpool is actually still tracking all the things back to the origin, which is Liverpool 2008. And she was giving the example of the taxi driver who still speaks about the ECoC, although 16 years went by. I think there was a quick question which emerged, more or less. I put it in bold, so I imagine that it was a quick question when it was raised, like this expectation management. Because you don't have a brand, you cannot explain what is European Capital of Culture, maybe what is not a European Capital of Culture. So everybody expects everything, so it's an expectation management. So it's crisis, especially during the year, much less after the year when using this parallel with the birth, we remember only the good part of it and not the whole struggle when actually the event happened. So this is also like with ECoC, obviously non-comparable, but the thing that 5 years, 6 years after on, a lot of positive things emerge, like Plovdiv was saying about the events which are still going on, the tourism which is still growing, the city growing overall economically, so that's relevant. Then we touched about a little bit on the investor side, like how can be investors motivated, this association with the thing, not telling European or not telling R because you will not get any resources, but also how some in-kind support can help, or maybe an association. The example with the Euronews campaign of Matera, I think, was raised, and the fact that some companies are willing to associate to this, but it needs to be still put into a very clever way of collaborating. Okay, the golden thread was mentioned. This was related to London and the Olympics, and I think it's the 10-year impact report, probably 10 years after the London, and some key topics which were there, which might be relevant. You mentioned, I think, 10. I managed to write down 4, which was economic value, soft power, connected communities, inclusivity. So these are among the things you mentioned, and how these are still addressed, but what I understood from a local perspective, but still the national government is not taking these topics on. So it is something on which we can work. And then the final remarks, more or less, came to these ceremonies and moments of celebration or moments of connectedness. Again, the ceremonies, maybe an ECoC day, which might be declared on some of the days around the year. These communal moments when there is a friendly competition, but still it's a celebration of the fact that you are in this friendly competition. And then finally, we went towards a manifesto, which was also appearing before that, and then the fact that we need to raise our voices and need to go to the Commission too. Again, a conclusion to make a brand for the European Capital of Culture. So maybe it is a key outcome of this discussion and of this day. And then it's again, some closing remarks were mentioned, like Stefan was saying about this need to motivate or keep the emotion on in countries which are having this for the 4th or 5th or 10th, or not 10th, 4th or 5th time in the selection, in the process, and maybe for them it's not so important anymore. The need to explain culture, and then we went into the fact that Europe is not a union of people, but a union of businesses and institutions, I wrote down. So how can we actually transform this into a union of people, and how culture and the ECoC in this context can actually help? Because then, and I come back to, I think it was Nancy's remark about the fact that if not, we will not be here 40 years on, which is 2064. I just made a quick calculation, and we will not be able to discuss where we went with this. So I hope I captured most of the things.
So thank you everyone. Thank you everyone who was watching online. We completed the day. So I would have one last request. Could we all get here and make a group photo? So we can end the transmission, of course, and after the photo we'll go probably to the hotel. Some will maybe try to pass some exams, and then we will go further into the day. Yes, we already have a spot to watch the match at 9, but before that will be concerts. So. We keep the video online, and the outcomes and shorter version will be later in the year, after September for sure. Thank you. Można wyciszyć.